Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will start by opening this meeting this evening. I am aware that people in the room probably don't know who I am, so I will take this opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Melanie O'Sullivan and I am the Shared Legal Services Manager of Basingstoke and Dean. This is not usually a position that I would be taking up as chair of a meeting, but unfortunately Councillor Watts, the chairman of this committee, is unable to make this evening's meetings for medical reasons. Councillor Keating, vice chair, has been substituted this evening by Councillor Pierce, so unfortunately for the purposes of this meeting at this point we have no chairman or no vice chairman. However, we will be electing a chairman in due course, but in order to assist, I'm just going to start by reading out the fire evacuation proceedings for the purpose of this evening's meeting. Fire evacuation. There are no fire alarms scheduled for this evening's meeting. Therefore, if the fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the building immediately. The fire exits are located at the rear and the side of this room, just over here. Go down the stairs and meet in the War Memorial Park. Please note, everybody, as well, that this meeting is being webcast this evening. Online? Yeah. And we are online. In addition to that, I also want to make members of the public aware that this meeting is also being filmed and there may also be photography. Photography and filming is permitted within this committee suite. However, I would ask any of those using those facilities that they ensure that it isn't intrusive or disruptive to this meeting and that you make sure you consider others in the room. Please can I ask all members and the public to switch off their mobile phones or turn them on to silent. Thank you. Right, now I'd like to have a proposer, please, for the post of vice chair who will take up chair for the purpose of this meeting.
I'd like to propose Councillor Pierce, please.
Do I have a seconder? And is that agreed, members? I have silence from the right side of the room. Is that agreed, members?
Can I just ask you to clarify, is it appropriate for someone who is actually a signatory to the call-in to chair this meeting?
Obviously, we are all aware that Councillor Pierce is a signatory to the call-in. However, it is for Councillor Pierce to ensure that he approaches the matter this evening with an open and honest mind. As long as he approaches this matter with an open mind, then he can stand as chair this evening.
Thank you.
Members. Right, I shall remove and I'll ask Councillor Pierce if he can take up the seat as chair.
Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly.
Point of order being that, as chairman of this committee, can you sit as chairman when you have registered interests in Basingstoke Theatre Trust and also in Signpost Theatre Company?
Yeah, we've discussed that earlier. The Basingstoke Theatre Trust is a fallover trust which still is in existence from the old Haymarket Theatre, so it doesn't actually have any bearing on anything at the moment because it doesn't produce anything. It's just stagnant, actually, and in fact what we're doing with the money is offering bursaries to young people to go to university who want to do the performing arts. As to the Signpost Theatre Company, that's an amateur theatre company which doesn't have any connection whatsoever with the council or the authority. It's self-funded and privately funded, and it's a Christian theatre company. So yes, I think that I can be impartial. I need a vice chair. So can I have nominations for vice? Yes, Councillor James.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Ian Tilbury.
Is that seconded? Yeah. Ian, please come and join me. Well, I'm assuming nobody else wants to nominate anyone else. Let's, please bear with me. I've never chaired a meeting here before, so this will be fun. Probably for you, not so much for me. So if I can just start on the agenda. Are there any apologies for absence and substitutions? Councillor James, Gavin James.
Apologies for absence for Councillor Watts. His substitute is tonight by Councillor Stephen Day.
Thank you. Councillor Laura James.
Apologies for Councillor Keating and Councillor Potter. Substitution is yourself and myself.
Thank you. Are there any others? You've already heard my declaration of any interest on my form, but are there any other declarations of interest here tonight? Councillor Gavin James.
Chair, it's not truly a declaration of interest because it's not involved in tonight's decision, but in 2012 a Basingstoke Live map was set up to overcome hurdles in hosting the event, and I chaired that map. As I say, it's not relevant to tonight's paper, and it was on a different issue that was threatening it.
Okay, thank you. Any others?
Not a declaration. On the last item, thought someone was going to speak publicly, but for all of us, but I am substituting for Councillor Lane still tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Golding. Are there any urgent matters other than those shown on the agenda? Anybody got any urgent matters? No, good. So we move to call in a decision 74/2014 commissioning outcome for arts and culture recommendations for delivering future outcomes. Now, I'm pretty certain that there's a fairly large number of people at the other end of the room to me who want to speak. And you will be allowed to speak, but you are limited in the time that you can speak, and your limit is 4 minutes. I don't intend to tell you when three, sorry? Because I thought it was 4. Okay. I've been told I'm allowed to discretion it at 4, and it will be 4 minutes, but there won't be any extension to that. We'll put the orange light on after 3 minutes, and you will be stopped at the end of 4 minutes. So I don't know how many of you there are, but that's what we're going to do. We don't consider that we need to exclude the press, do we, from this? Be nice, doesn't it? It wouldn't be nice. Okay. Right. Have we got the signatories here? What's that? Oh, have we got the signatories ready to speak? Okay. Just for the benefit of the members of the public, a call-in is where a group of councillors feel there's a necessity to re-debate and discuss an item of council business that had been decided on either by a cabinet member or by anybody else come to that. And 3 of them have just sat down in front of me. They are allowed 25 minutes collectively, not 25 minutes each, as somebody suggested to me tonight. And there are just going to be the 3 of you. Just the 3 of you. Yes, I'm sorry about that, Martin, but Councillor Bierman, sorry. You have to forgive me. When would you like the video? Okay. Yes, Councillor Isaac.
Councillor Pearce. Chair
will do, actually.
Chair will do, yes. Chair. I've heard only this evening that there was going to be a video, which is a first as far as I'm concerned. Sorry. It's only this evening that, as portfolio holder, that I've heard that there's going to be use of a video. I was also advised that that the video should have been issued to me beforehand. That would have been the appropriate thing to have done. And I'd just like to confirm to you, as chairman, that I have not seen it.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Laura James.
Thank you, Chair. I have been in discussions with the Chair regarding this, and last night and prior to this, he's very happy for this to be shown, this video, as part of the evidence that we're submitting. It's going to form part of our evidence as signatories, and he was very happy for that to happen and gave my permission. I have that discussion I had with him in an email.
Councillor Isaac, do you want to come back on that?
Oh, well, I just wonder whether Councillor Watts also asked that the video should be given to me to look at beforehand.
Well, no, Councillor James, no. I'm very happy for a video to be shown if it's part of the evidence, and I think we'll just get on with it.
Personally, I hope we've now got to a situation where people have stopped trying to make the... It never was a sensible comment to have made, but they nevertheless insisted on carrying on making it, that actually commissioning equals outsourcing. It never was that. It was never intended to be.
Commissioning is not about the outsourcing of all borough council services.
2014 included 109 separate events attracting audiences from within and beyond the borough, over 150,000 including lives. And I must thank all those that had worked with Basingstoke Festival and Basingstoke Live to make it such a success in 2014.
I think it's really important to clarify that commissioning is not about the outsourcing of all council services. What we have been very clear on saying is that we will do an options appraisal of all types of service delivery. One option, which is of course outsourcing, but there are many, many others, shared services. And one of the options that will absolutely be appraised on each of those is the service as is, how we deliver something now. And the outcome might be, actually, what we've got now is perfectly fine.
But it is just an opportunity to say thank you very much for an incredible event, and from my point in particular, long may it continue. Okay, committee, we don't look, and should we add our corporate collective thanks to the officers for their part in organising it? Thank you. Okay, well done. Right. Now,
Mr. Mayor, on the Olympics, I did want to say something about what happened behind the scenes yesterday, because I feel this is an opportunity to celebrate the work undertaken by your officer team. We were responsible for every other aspect of yesterday's events, and I think it was a brilliant effort by our team. Right. We estimated and catered for an anticipated crowd of 25,000 people. We actually had crowds estimated at 50,000 people in Basingstoke yesterday. The BBC actually reported that the crowds in Basingstoke and Dean were extraordinary yesterday. But our planning coped with that doubling. And all of that was done whilst the event team was actually planning for Basingstoke Live in the park this weekend. So you will have noticed the park has been transformed. Torch meeting. Feedback on the event to date has been overwhelmingly positive, and I think anyone who's seen the Gazette or the Observer today will know that. I hope members would agree with me that we can be rightly proud of the officers team that put on that event on behalf of our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Personally, I hope we've now got to a situation where people have stopped trying to make there never was a sensible comment to have made, but they nevertheless insist on carry on making it, that actually commissioning equals outsourcing. It never was that. It was never intended to be.
Thank you.
I better leap straight in, Chair, as the clock seems to be still running.
Yes, it is. Carry on. Members that want to explain their reasons.
Thank you. Well, Chair, I think I'm Martin Bierman, for anybody who wishes to know. I think that perhaps summarises some of the talent we've got in this borough, but and that's without the events team being involved. But it certainly gives a good overview of what went on and the responses from various parties to what had happened. We're not here to look at the COG system as such, though that is something that a lot of us at this table have some misgivings about. We're here to look at how this particular COG progressed and how it chose to interpret the outcome. Please note that at the last but one CEP meeting, we had quite a long spell of glowing responses to the last festival and how well festivals had gone over the years. And there were a couple of quotes in that snip on that ground. And yet, 2 papers later, we started in effect rubbishing the ability of the events team here to progress or even to look at the possibility of the events team to continue. And just for those that haven't got the papers in front of them, just to say, we're looking at the decision was not taken properly, not least because of incomplete information and the fact that new information could come forward. Well, indeed, that has proven to be the case. Let's take, for instance, the evidence from Session B of the COG, where the objective was put down as what could the council be doing itself and with its partners to deliver a range of arts and cultural activities that are attractive and value for money for the borough. Note, it says what could the council be doing, and it says with its partners, but it doesn't make an emphasis on others doing it for us. And yet, hardly had that been said, somebody somewhere decided that there wouldn't be any dance as part of this. Who decided that? On what authority? We'd like to know that. That's one of our questions. Equally, in paragraph 2, and I'm sorry, I hope I'll have enough time, but I'm aware that a lot of people won't have seen the reasons for this call-in. It says the signatories believe that the process would have benefited from the committee being presented with a variety of options and then being asked for comments upon them, which we clearly weren't. We were just told the COGS decided this is best, go with it. For example, the signatories believe that a lot of work was undertaken by existing events team on the option of an internal trading account. However, this work was never presented to the committee, and had it been done so, then the committee may well have come to an alternative viewpoint. If the work had been done in these options, then it should be presented to the committee for consideration. We would like to know on whose authority that particular report didn't come forward. It had an authoritative, constructive and creative and forward-thinking content that we were deprived of. And so how can one make sensible decisions with only part of the information? I personally am very angry that that whole report was in effect redacted. And what about other reports that might have been floating around or information that we don't know about? But we don't know the unknowns, do we? As somebody famously said. The evidence that then went forward to Cabinet was, to say the least, not as I remember it, fully from the CEP. The CEP had a very constructive discussion about it, But it did, for instance, wish to recognise the special talents in the borough. Now, admittedly, at the Cabinet, that was sort of thrown in as an afterthought. It wasn't part of the decision, the formal decision notice that was put before Cabinet. Don't know what the Cabinet were doing with their private meetings before they have their public meeting, but certainly what they were basing their opinions on was floating all over the place. I, as a member of the council attending, wishing to take part in the debate, was not sure what decision notice we were working on. And indeed, some of the people at the table didn't seem to be sure what decision notice they were working on. When a decision notice is changing in the last sort of seconds almost of a meeting, that doesn't lead to good decision making. Neither does it lead to good participation from the public or other councillors if they don't know what the wording is of the final decision notice. It did creep a little more towards what the CEP had been discussing, but it was totally unsatisfactory. So it was just a basic debacle. We as the signatories would basically like to know whether there's a dead hand with another agenda steering this, because we don't know how things came forward or failed to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. I'll continue straight on. The reports both to Committee Environment and Partnership Committee and Cabinet sadly missed the opportunity to complement properly all those involved in delivering arts and culture to the residents of the borough, as evidenced briefly on the video. Also, the opportunity to be gracious in giving praise to the council in-house events team in the service it provides in facilitating events for residents at a modest total cost to this authority. This level of service will not be provided by a private sector service. The report mentions the high amount this council spends on arts and culture, but it is a low percentage of the total budget available. The report also records as comparison other councils who pay less, but possibly might this be a higher percentage of a smaller budget. This consideration and debate is not incorporated within the report properly. These reports attempt only to make the case for outsourcing, but the recommendation deceptively puts in place the mechanism to outsource these events to private tender, which in turn was supported by revised decision notice 891/PF. You can tell the direction this Conservative administration is heading by noting the earlier decision notice attempt, where they wanted to carry out soft market testing, establish an alternative viable market, and action through the process of competitive tender, without any reference back to the committee. Whilst the revised decision now allows for a report to be presented to the committee, it is still worded as follows. If a suitable alternative viable market exists, it would then be commissioned through the process of competitive tender. So, the residents of Basingstoke and Deane are now to be delivered only suitable alternatives. Why not better? And only as long as it is viable. Who decides what will be viable? This has not been properly covered in the report. There is no validation of viability in the report. And lastly, the decision notice makes it clear that as long as they judge a suitable alternative viable market exists, it would be commissioned through the process of private tender. Members, you must look closely at this wording. No suggestion of the need for committee agreement. It is evident that the reported outcomes from the COG process relies on officers' interpretation of collated post-it notes from a workshop. There appears no evident endorsement by COG attendees of the resultant summary for options for delivering future outcomes. In the report heading option 4, it states a thematic portfolio of local events is commissioned through the process of competitive tender in order to enhance commerciality and sustainability. Reference is made to research. What research? Was it another desktop analysis and comparison? Because the report selects to highlight Guildford Borough Council venue G Live as a positive example of a well-run concert hall, and it is with a subsidy per visitor of £2.37 per visit for an local authority grant, 50% of that being paid to the Anvil, and the Guildford Council receive a 20% of operators' profit. A good example, but why, when extolling the purported benefits of private tender in the report commentary covering Basingstoke Live and other outside events, the report, was it not noted that Guildfest, Guildford's premier open-air event, has had to go into insolvency, and that the festival's previous operating company collapsed in 2012 with reported debts of £300,000. Not a good example, I would say, of commercial enterprise delivering assured sustainability. Observations of the commissioning strategy team, 15th of October 2014, report to Community Environment Partnership, were the reported COG suggestions that the council employs the potential for increasing commerciality and in income generation. Were these officers' findings ever presented to those that attended COG1 sessions for agreement? I believe not. Do COG attendees endorse the ultimate recommendations? I wonder whether they do.
Thank you. I will cover the remaining sections of the call-in, so the COG process, benchmarking and finance. So let's start with the third paragraph, which is the processes of the COG and how it worked and how it arrived at the recommendations that went before Cabinet. And if I could start with a question, despite everything we were told, and we've seen it again on the video clips this evening, that commissioning didn't mean outsourcing, why is it that that's the first recommendation from the COG, despite it being the least favoured option? This is the question that I've asked myself many times, and many of the arts and culture locally have asked themselves that too. Now, I've spoken with some of the attendees, and a theme emerges. Limited time to discuss elements, they're frustrated as they were not able to offer other ideas, a council's hidden agenda, uncertain what the purpose was, feeling that the council was testing an idea that it had already decided on, diminishing audiences, limited use, excluded useful dialogue, don't recognise the recommendations from the COG discussions, inconsistency of attendees that therefore lacks continuity. So why does any of that matter? Well, it matters simply because the COG hasn't achieved in its stated objective what it was meant to do. And the quote is, what could the council be doing itself and with its partners to deliver a range of arts and cultural activities that are attractive and value for money for the borough? What seems to have happened is that rather than looking to deliver a range of attractive arts and cultural activities, the COG has been used to put forward a range of council cost-cutting initiatives. This is not necessarily a bad thing in itself, but it's not what the COG was set up for, and it's certainly not what the COG participants came along for. It also matters because in the early COG sessions, I'm told that there was, people wanted to put forward ideas that could improve things, but they've gone under the examination. They're no longer there. There was also a widespread feeling that the COG was simply being used as a vehicle for the council's existing agenda to be developed. We don't see how the recommendations within the Cabinet report can honestly be attributed to the work of the COG. I can give you two examples with regards to local events. Only 2 out of the over 50 post-it responses relate to outsourcing to commercial operators. A far bigger majority of respondents refer to sponsorship, efficiency savings and raising additional income, but none of these initiatives are taken forward. Why? It's a question that we'd like you to look at tonight. With regards to theatres, not one respondent referred to the option of outsourcing to a commercial organisation. So how does that recommendation feature so highly in the final report? Exactly whose recommendation is it? So how do we move forward? Well, it's down to the committee to determine that this evening. Let me now take you on the benchmarking and the financing element. So if you turn to page 156, you'll see Appendix 3, the first asterisk, and it says, quote, "The figures shown include an anticipated 60% budget reduction by 2019-20. This is based upon a mixture of benchmarking and anecdotal evidence with no detailed costings or market testing carried out that are specific to the particular circumstances and objectives in Basingstoke." Why were there no detailed costings supplied as part of the COG recommendations? If you're doing any financial due diligence, surely you do some detailed costings, not purely finger in the air, come up with an idea, that sounds about right, and stick it down as option 1 on the paperwork. Also in the benchmarking, it was noted after the event that certain pieces of data were missing from the benchmarking document that was provided to the COG. Why was it missing? And ultimately, in that benchmarking report, there was a reference to theatre that Ipswich Council put forward in, that Ipswich Council run. They run it themselves, and it's the most cost effective. Why was no work done on investigating how they run that? It wasn't. It was just purely the COG saying, we've seen a couple of post-it notes that say outsourcing, let's do that. That's all the COG recommendations have pointed at, and I'm sorry, it doesn't stack up. Also, page 459 in your paperwork, section 2, and there's a quote there that says, "These offer excellent value for money and would be significantly more expensive to procure commercially if they were not provided by the council." And it gives a list of several things that are run by our events team. So in the process of, outsourcing, has any work been included on, outsourcing these? Because if you get rid of the events team, you've got to cover these as well. And you haven't done it. You haven't done that decision. Guildfest was mentioned earlier that it went out, it was commercially obtained. They've actually gone bust twice. That's how ridiculous it is. And again, this wasn't highlighted as a risk to the committee. So why was that not there? There's also a document which I'm a bit disappointed hasn't made the pack, and it's the Basingstoke Live map presentation. The presentation was very good, and in there, slide 17 of 21 is titled Commercial Event. And the slide reads, "Tender the opportunity." Tender the opportunity. Reality, unlikely to find anybody, does not meet what the community wants. It says it perfectly. The COG process was started to get some ideas, and all it has done is focused on a very small percentage of post-it notes that has then been run with that outsourcing is the be-all and end-all. And in that process of doing that, no financial due diligence has happened. It's all hearsay, it's all finger in the air, it's all word of mouth. So, committee, I ask you, you need to get the financial information out of this. Why was it not provided in the first place? We can't make a decision as huge as getting rid of the events team, and there is a 2p issue, and again, that wasn't, in my opinion, that wasn't significantly covered in the initial report. So I would like that addressed as well, please. So how do we move forward? Well, that's down for the committee to determine this evening. Personally, I think the council needs to start again. I think we should recommend to the Cabinet they chuck this report in the bin. I think we should genuinely engage with our partners, that we should look to them for their ideas on how things can be improved, and I think we should certainly keep our internal events team. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Does anybody have any questions for the signatories? Yes, councillor.
Yeah, taking the last point there, if this, as you say, was put into the bin and started off from scratch, what would be the implication for funding next year? Would that then be delayed for another year, or what? How would that actually work? I'm worried that everything would come to a grinding halt.
No, we would carry on as we do at the moment, which is we get on and do it. Basingstoke Live 2015 is already being planned for. So we carry on as normal. You know, starting again, I don't see what the issue is with starting again. We just carry on as normal.
Councillor Mrs James.
Picking up on that point, if, like you say, we do throw it in the bin as a decision, in relation to the organisations, could we continue to fund them for a year while we look at this decision? Is that something that could do as part of this next budget round?
I certainly don't see any decision why we couldn't do that. The budget doesn't go forward to council till February, so there's certainly no reason why we couldn't continue on an as-is basis until we get to a decision which fairly reflects the views of the COG. I think that's a sensible way forward.
Councillor Mrs James.
Sorry, Councillor Cousins, in relation to, you talked about the map.
Yes.
A lot of people here won't know what the map was and why that took place and who sat on the map and what the outcome of that map was. You know, it would be quite good if you could explain to us what that process was and what was the outcomes of that map.
So the Basingstoke Live map was set up in 2012 because there was a report which came forward that suggested that Basingstoke Live should be scrapped for a year and we would find an alternative for 2014. It was a decision that was challenged, and the map was set up as a way of determining how we could keep the event going. So I was on the map. Councillor Gavin James chaired the committee. Independent Councillor Tomlin was on it. There were it was a cross-party. So yes, there were members of all colours and flavours on the map, and we had to try and find a way forward. Part of that was funding, but it was also a chance to review the hard work that our events team do, and the hard work and the cooperative and partnership working that we do with the Basingstoke Live Forum. And it was, were there any issues that needed to be addressed? And there were some very minimal ones, and we addressed them, and we got the event going. And in 2013 it had a record attendance, and I'm pleased to say that we managed to keep it going for 2014, and it had a record attendance in 2014. It's happening in 2015, and I hope, and I'm sure we will, get another record attendance in 2015. The reason why the map was set up is because live is such an important part of the cultural calendar in Basingstoke. And as I said, within that presentation, there was a section that said, should we consider tendering it? And the answer was a resounding no. No, we shouldn't. And the map supported that recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Tate.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. First of all, you made a statement that we are getting rid of the events team. What evidence do you have apart from that comment? There is nothing that I can see in the papers which says getting rid of the events team. And secondly, regarding the work of the COG, by implication, you're implying that the COG is a decision-making body, and that that's not my understanding of what the COG's part in the process of developing a decision is. And when we're scrutinising a decision, the decision is separated from the operating process. This decision is actually a separate entity. I wonder how you'd answer both those.
So, sorry, forgive me because I was talking. You had two questions. One was about the COG. Yeah, sorry, Martin, carry on.
I mean, for what it's worth, it doesn't say it in quite the words that Councillor Cousins said it, but if you read the report, it says there will be 2.6, I think it is, employment places lost if the events team is abolished. That's the first thing. The second thing, in terms of, now I've forgotten the second question. What was it? Yeah, the work of the COG. The work of the COG, we had understood, if one accepts the principle in the first place, was that it was going to gather evidence, put it forward, hopefully with alternatives, and then those that were making the decision could choose between alternatives, and that the overview committee would also be able to make recommendations based on alternatives. But for some reason, and the reason that we would like to help uncover tonight, there seemed to be a steer on money saving, even though it was denied on many occasions, including the examples that you've seen on the DVD. But all the way through, it was clear from the evidence that came forward to the CEP that that the thrust was, let's save money, let's outsource it. That was the simple message that one would get if one came into it fresh.
I've got a number of people. I'll add you to it. Next is Councillor Isaac.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was very interested to hear Councillor Cousins speculating on what would happen if we make a decision, if we did make the decision to put everything in the bin. I'd just like to remind him that we got to this point.
Yes, go on.
Oh, I do apologise.
Sorry, Councillor isn't a member of the committee. He's a cabinet decision taker and is not meant to be asking questions. That's not part of the process. And that's what's been agreed as part of this framework for this meeting.
Let's be clear. The questions that you can ask now are those of clarification from the three. So if it isn't a question of clarification, you can't answer it, and no, I won't allow it. You have a question of clarification, Councillor Harvey.
Just to be absolutely clear, because I sat in the Constitutional Working Party that reviewed these guidelines, it was for members of this committee to ask questions. Councillor Isaac, as the decision taker, will get his opportunity to make his case, at which point we will have the opportunity as members to ask him questions. It isn't for the councillor in the decision-taking role to cross-examine the signatories. That was one of the issues that was discussed at CWP and was discounted.
Just a second, I'm going to take some more advice. No, I think I can sum that up. Mel, thank you. If it's a point of clarification, you want to ask a question that relates to a point of clarification, then I will allow it. If it isn't a point of clarification, then it'll have to wait until the debate. So, yes, Councillor Harvey.
If I'm next on the list for asking a question.
We don't know yet whether Councillor Isaac wanted to ask a question or whether he wanted to. Sorry?
The Constitutional Working Party met to discuss the guidelines for this meeting. At that, the Constitutional Working Party met to discuss the guidelines for such a meeting. It is for this committee to ask questions of the signatories in the manner in which you describe, and when Councillor Isaac gets to make his case, ask questions of Councillor Isaac. It is not of Councillor Isaac, as the decision taker, to cross-examine the signatories. That was what was decided. Otherwise, we move into the witnesses, we move back to where we were before. We agreed a way forward as the CWP, and that was what was supposed to be being implemented in these past two call-ins.
I'm sure your memory is excellent, Councillor Harvey. I'm going to ask Mel to tell us what is going to happen.
Just to confirm, Councillor Harvey is correct. It says that members of the committee may question the signatories in order to ensure they fully understand the issues and concerns presented at the meeting. So that's the remit of your question at this point, members. The only point that I will make, if there is something that Councillor Isaac feels needs clarifying, then as a point of written a resolution for this evening and understanding it fully, it might be appropriate to let that. But as you are correct, Councillor Harvey, that is what the Constitution says.
Councillor Isaac, you want to say something?
Yes, Chairman, yes. It was a point of clarification. I was seeking to clarify and be helpful to Councillor Cousins by saying to him that if we do bin...
I'm sure, Councillor Isaac, I'm sure Councillor Cousins will be grateful for your point of clarification, but please make sure it is just
yes,
that.
Sure. I was just going to say that if we do bin this, where we've got to so far with the decision on future arts and culture funding, it's taken us 9 months to get this far. It will create a great deal of uncertainty, and I think it's a dangerous position to get into. And
sorry, Councillor Isaac, that's not a point of clarification, and you know it. So I must ask you to refrain from doing that in the future. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to leave the meeting. Chair, can we go on to the next?
Just to clarify there, Chair, obviously that we can only ask members to leave this as disorderly conduct. There's been no evidence of that so far this evening. A warning's been issued to Councillor Isaac in terms of that should have been a question of clarification. The Chair wasn't satisfied it was, therefore we'll move on to public participation, unless there are any further questions of clarification from the signatories. Sorry, Councillor Harvey.
There are five or six councillors who want to ask questions of clarification. Councillor Tate.
Thank you, Chair. Can you just clarify, Councillor Parker, the issue that you're raising regarding benchmarking? You mentioned the subsidy at Guildford being £2.37. How does that equate to Basingstoke's subsidy as is in the documents?
From my memory, this was, I was making the point, Councillor, on the basis that I believe the subsidy that is paid to the Anvil per visit is something in the region of £5.37, something like that, around about £5. And whereas the subsidy that was being paid to G-Live was far less. And on the basis of also a 50% lower grant made by Guildford Local Authority to G-Live to that is being made to the Anvil. The purpose of that was highlighting what I felt was a good example that came out of the content of the report, but then the report didn't look into, and this was, I think, further reinforced by my colleague Councillor Cousins, was that the risk assessment of the report is lacking, in as much as it didn't highlight the negative point of the Guildfest going into receivership. And a main theme of this report is trying to promote the case of private outsourcing and going to private tender. And also there is a specific comment in the report, a line to that, that is suggesting that if it does go to private tender, then that will build sustainability. And my point was that is a myth, and it wasn't properly debated within the report.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask Councillor Bierman in relation to the COG. At the CEP meeting, of which you were the Vice Chair that evening, there was interesting references made, and it's been made throughout this process so far, that the premise of the decisions being taken by the Cabinet were premised upon the conclusions of the COG. Do you agree with me, and can you see, in terms of the evidence you're presenting, that there is a disconnect between what the COG arrived at the end of its meetings, what was then a summary of the COG, and what finally emerged as the Cabinet members' recommendations?
To a certain extent, Councillor Harvey, I mean, I think there was a strong steer in the COGs, which the Cabinet were happy to follow. And it makes me ask the question myself, why is this being led by a Cabinet member who is making the decision, who is responsible for financial and investment things, whereas the Cabinet member who is responsible for arts and community and things like that ought to be the lead, to my mind, on a topic about supporting and sustaining and improving arts in the borough. I can't understand why the emphasis is the way it is, and it's therefore not surprising that you come out with something that's heavily financially biased rather than heavily arts and culture biased.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Faulkner.
Chair, I've got one question, second question of clarification to Councillor Cousins.
Okay.
In the map report, Councillor Cousins, you were at the map as others were. It's interesting that the presentation refers to why is live successful, and it talks about the USPs being local bands, the fact that it's free, the fact that it's community-led, that it grew out of the passion of local music, and it's supported by volunteers. So am I right, as a matter of clarification, that the map, which was cross-party, that allowed Live to continue in the form it has thus far, drew those conclusions about why it's successful? Similarly, looking over the page, it made specific reference that ticketing, which is referred to in the report as being the direction of travel the Cabinet member wishes to go in to commercialise the event, changes the dynamic of the event, changes expectations, takes away the USP, such that it becomes a completely different event.
Yes, Councillor Harvey, you're absolutely right. In terms of the USPs, the unique selling points, think of them as the ingredients of a cake. If you take one of those away, you change it completely. All those things that are good about Basingstoke Live is what makes it a success. It's what makes it so well supported. If you change that, you have completely altered the ingredients, you've completely mucked around with it, and you break that element and that success. And yes, there was also reference to ticketing and what happens if you do ticket an event. The first thing is your costs go up, and you have to have added insurance, there are more risks, and you could put yourself in a position where you have to charge ticket rates which people either won't accept at all or can't afford. One of the whole reasons why Live is a success is because it's free. Everybody and anybody can go, and anybody who does go to Basingstoke Live will know everybody and anybody goes. It is such a fantastic event, and it is widely and broadly supported, not only in the borough, but across the country as well. We have guests from Scotland, Ireland, everywhere. So that's how well supported and how good, even just through word of mouth, Basingstoke Live is.
If I may say so, Chair, it might be free, but it still makes money for the borough.
No, Councillor Beerman, you may not. I have 3 more questions, and I'll take Councillor Regan's questions, and there won't be any more after that. So, Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as a quick one, there are a considerable number of things within the arts and culture funding. Are you against any form of outsourcing in any of them, as opposed to just the Basingstoke Live that you focused on?
Thank you, Councillor. As a general principle, it would be wrong of me to be against any form of outsourcing, and I'm certainly not. What I am against is the direction of this council travelling towards that without proper justification or substantial evidence for doing so, particularly in regard to some of the major events. The case has to be made. The point that we're making is that the case hasn't been made, and the fact that the decision process is not one of open and transparent.
Councillor Laura James.
Sorry, Chair, I did ask my question. I'm fine, thank you.
Councillor Kevin Jones.
Thank you, Chair. A question for Councillor Parker. As a ward member who includes within his ward the Memorial Park, obviously the events are something that is very close to home. Very close sometimes, you can hear it. One of the issues as a local ward councillor, and I obviously know this as well, is that the events have to be run and then they have to be cleaned up afterwards. And if there's a problem with an event, you need to contact someone to say there has been a problem, it needs to be addressed. So clearly someone has to manage any contract in terms of outsourcing. Can you tell me, in terms of the finances in this paper, did you find anything that clearly states that that there will still be someone in the council as part of the events team that's costed, included within the costings, that someone has to manage any outsourced contract to make sure that the service that we contract is delivered? Is that costed in here? Could you find it anywhere?
Thank you, Councillor James. You've got me worried now whether I should have declared an interest at the outset of this meeting. It's a very valid point that's raised, and not only pertinent to the Memorial Park, but to any of this council's open spaces where events are held. certainly there was no suggestion or indication that this had been considered by officers in the report. The fact that often after an event there is some damage caused to the greenery. This has to be repaired, it has to be made good, the parks have to be maintained continually. There was no suggestion in the report how there had been any sort of balanced costings. All it just talks about is private sector going out to tender. And I would suggest that there would be on top of that, whilst it may, but that's dubious, initially it may well provide a cheaper form of funding or financing, shall we call it, but that may be just because the fact that we accept the lowest tender. There will be an overriding cost continuing, which has to be monitored. The maintenance of these parks and open spaces have to be monitored. I'm sorry I didn't give you the short answer, no.
Councillor Reagan. Thank you, Chair. It's a question for Councillor Cousins. I mean, as a strong supporter of Basingstoke Live as it presently run, there is a cost on the Basingstoke taxpayer, ratepayer, as such, who will not use the event. Do you believe, though, in the long run, it benefits Basingstoke financially?
Yes, there was a report at the October CEP meeting. The reason I checked with Councillor Bierman, because he sits on CEP as well, that gave a report into how well the festival and Basingstoke Live 2014 went. And it was an absolutely glowing report that showed that it brings in over £1 million in terms of money to the top of town area. In fact, I think it was even more than that. It was nearly 2 million. It was in 1.6. Well, I don't know. 1.26. So events such as these bring in money to the town, and it is new money as well as established money in the borough. So we're getting people from outside to come and spend their money here, and long may it continue.
And it's more than just a matter of money.
Thank you, councillors. Now, there may be some contributions from members of the public. So I think you need to move. What's this? All right. I've got 5 people who have registered an interest. It's Paul Midgley, Jason Knight, Daniel O'Loughlin, Joanna Ridout, and Zoni Asif. So, are you all here? Okay. Paul Midgley then, please. We've got 4.
Okay, I'll switch the button on. I'm glad I've got 4 minutes. Thanks very much for allowing me to talk tonight. The council plan says we cannot do this alone, and Basingstoke Council has not done it on their own. Basingstoke Live has grown up and it belongs to the people. Over 8 years, we've actually really grown this event and created a brand, and we don't want it stolen from the public. Basingstoke Live proved yet again the value and pride in our place. The process didn't guarantee advantages over the current provision, yet Basingstoke experts have been excluded from their recommendations. As stated in the commissioning roadmap on the 23rd of June, soft market testing should have been done immediately on the 23rd of June. No one's done anything. Haven't seen it. And it also states that we should not lose what we have grown organically. That's us. That's Basingstoke Live as it exists at the moment. Emails addressed attendees to the COGs as stakeholders to begin with, and after session E, we were then addressed as members of the public. We are shocked by fast-tracking service design without financial benchmarking details and disengaging local expertise. The outcome that recommendations are being questioned is surely just simply a very unstable start to commissioning. How will the process report back to the public when there has been no public consultation on outcomes? And only today we get an email to learn that if there's a change in service if there's a change in service is identified, then outcomes will be out for public consultation. It was said there will be a public consultation on outcomes. It was in the roadmap. It was agreed in the commissioning process, which is obviously flawed. We were told that what organisations attended, but we were not told what individuals attended or outcomes and participants of Session A's Task and Finish Group on finance and budgets. There was supposed to be a Task and Finish Group. We didn't know who they were. This, combined with poorly designed exercises, made traceability and further collaborations difficult. Ideas could have originated from under the table for as far as we know. Commissioning attempted to gather local expertise but failed to convince us of an open government. The commissioning process template has been masked any public outcomes using pressure, delays and power. Small to medium enterprises should not take lightly to time wasting, and we do expect the same quality of access to clear, transparent processes and resources which are available internally at the council to design services. I have some compassion for your decision-making process as you are caught between moving goalposts, but it may be better than being caught between the cogs.
Mr. Midgley, can he come and sit there? Are you happy to answer any questions? So, are you happy to answer any questions?
I have to answer questions.
You don't have to, but are you happy to?
Well, yeah, okay.
Are you happy to? You don't
Yes, I'm
have
happy
to.
to, yes.
You are.
Yes.
Right, Councillor, Mrs. James. Councillor.
Thank you. You talked about Basingstoke Live being the people. In relation to the event, Basingstoke Live, can you give us some understanding about how local it is and what it's made up of? What is Basingstoke Live and how does it work in relation to explaining to us what is it and how do you come about? Is it something that we organise? How does it work?
Basingstoke Live is a combination and a collaboration between the council officers, the events team, and the venue, the promoters in this town. All of which, and all of the local bands and artists that play at Basingstoke, the headliners from out of town. 80% of Basingstoke Live is local. Yet it's a professional, well-attended festival. That's what it makes up.
This year, we were told that it was a success. How many people attended and how many bands or people took part in that event as well?
It was registered as 30,000 attendants over the weekend. There's 120 acts, most of which are local, and there's a fair representation of youth and people like that at the festival, all ages.
You talked about the COG process. Did you take part in that COG? And can you explain to me, what were your experiences of that process? And did you think it represented your views?
I took part in the COG. I gave ideas. I saw some of them on the roadmap. I saw lots of other crazy ideas too. The COG process to me was just, I do believe there was a hidden agenda. It didn't make sense, none of it. And I've read all commissioning framework documents right from the beginning, before commissioning started. We were told when we applied for RFO application 4 years ago that the COG commissioning process would be coming into play. That was 4 months ago. Not 4 months, 4 years. It's taken us 4 years to get this far, so I'm not sure where 9 months, I don't think that equates. I was really annoyed by that. I know we've all got solutions to find, but 4 years to come to a commissioning process that is absolutely flawed is disgraceful.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, I have Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you and good evening, Paul. I've been backstage at Basingstoke Live after the map met. It's an incredible event, lots of people involved. It's not a couple of people organising the whole thing. You rely on lots of favours and people donating their time freely to the event. That's because it's the people's event. If it was outsourced and became a commercial event, do you think those same people would be as willing to give their time so freely or cheaply in the future?
I'm glad everybody said no, because it's a resounding no. And not only that, I found out tonight that BVA Group were told not to come over as in their jumpers, because they was treading a fine line on their grants. I was disgusted to hear from the chief executive of the BVA this evening that they couldn't send their volunteers to this meeting.
Sorry, that's not appropriate. That's hearsay. I'm sorry.
Well, it won't be hearsay soon. Sorry.
Councillor Day.
Thank you, Paul. Paul, can I remember you at the COG, and I was there, some of them there, and I remember people coming together and being, excited about having been taken to the first bit and being people anxious. But by the time we got to 2 and 3, people were more relaxed, and they were looking further ahead at provision of services in Basingstoke and how we can improve the arts. Can I just, when we talk about this wall of these post-its and that, my recollection of the post-its was it was always pretty positive stuff. You mentioned there was some crazy stuff there. But what can I just ask for you just to clarify here once and for all? Was there outsourcing at any of the events that you attended? Was there ever outsourcing discussed on those, or you as artists or members of the various groups that you are? Did any of you actually put that forward or not? Sorry.
Outsourcing was not discussed on my table.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Paul, I know how passionately you feel about this, and I know how everybody feels about who owns Basingstoke Live in the sense of the organisation, in the sense of those involved in it. But what I want to try and get my head around here is the decision taker in making this decision believes, at least from the paperwork presented, that commerciality and the commercialisation of it is the agenda. It's clearly stated, and that was the decision that is before us as being challenged and scrutinised. Could you explain to me, so that I've got it absolutely clear in my head, what commercialisation would do to Basingstoke Live as we know it, and the involvement of the people who are as passionate as they've just expressed about this event? How would it change it? And in your opinion, would that be for the better? Because we've been accused of Basingstoke Live as being stale, as not willing to change. You've been accused of not willingness to change. Now, my understanding, a few years ago, there were only 3 stages, and now we've got 5. So the thing's evolved. Could you just put that in some shape for me as to where commerciality would leave this event?
Commerciality would make us all greedy. We in Basingstoke believe that the people are the community. We are part of what they call social development. This is what the councillors should stand for too, not commerciality, not just finance. The volunteers that give their time for Basingstoke Live are people. They're not money bags.
Thank you. The last question from Councillor Tate then, please.
Thank you. Just a quick clarification. You said that you made a statement, I think, early on when you were speaking. You made a statement earlier on in your speech that outsourcing was not discussed, and then you said it was not discussed at your table. So from your point of view, the only evidence you have is that outsourcing was not discussed at your table. Is that correct?
And therein lies the problem. It wasn't discussed at my table.
And in the documentation that I've seen, you're saying there is a drive towards outsourcing. Can you explain to me from within the COG documents, which you may have seen, yeah, where that is?
It's option A4 as part of the recommendations to look at it as a commercial tendering. It was an option put forward that there would be an outsourcing in the roadmap. Not specifically at the COG meeting, no, just on the documents that then came back out.
Thank you, Mr. Midgley. Now I have four other members of the public who wish to speak, and I am considering limiting them to 4 minutes. So if you could be as concise and brief as possible. The next member of the public who's asked to speak is Jason Knight.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me some time tonight. My name's Jason. I'm also known as Jake as well, in case anyone gets confused. I have split identities. I'm a musician. I'm a Basingstoke born and bred person, and I'm an arts professional. That's what I do. This is what I do for a living. So, Basingstoke Live describes having developed organically from the roots up, from the community, by councillors, staff and the public. Why would you risk putting something organic through a process of genetic modification? You don't start poking around in the roots of your prized specimen to see if you can modify it. That leads to it withering and dying. Basingstoke Live doesn't belong to Basingstoke-on-Deane. They provide great ground for their financial investment and an expert events team, but they don't own it. As previously recognised by the council, Live is a true partnership between the council and the community. Its history of development shows you that. Just take a look at the voluntary hours, the voluntary value the community have invested. Just take a look at what the commissioning process hasn't. Take a look at investing more, not less. The council return on its investment is huge, and the financial, volunteer and community benefits have been recognised and received year on year. The largest single event in the borough, the largest event of its type in the south of England and possibly the country. You have to first recognise what it is. Just take a look. You can't ignore the facts. It's free, it's big, it's popular, and it works because how it has grown organically. It is unique. It's full of Basingstoke people. When my colleague Paul says 80% of the artists perform Basingstoke, well, actually, yes, 80% do. Probably another 10, 15% are actually connected with the town. Some have lived here before. Some people just, they've played here on a regular basis. The local promoters have put them regularly. They have a following in the town. You just look at it. Just take a proper look. I was interested by the comparison with Guildfest. When Basingstoke Live first started, there was concerns about would it conflict with Guildfest. Guildfest, which was a commercially run event, having a small proportion of local acts, mainly commercial acts, what they would quite often describe nowadays as a heritage event. If you know about events, you would know what this is. You can't even compare it with that because it is unique. It is very, very special. It is recognised as being a top-class event nationally. I work on other events. Other people are aware of Basingstoke Live across the country. People over the borough, the south and the UK and even abroad want to play it. We see when people contact us, they want to come to this event. They want to be part of it because it has a good reputation. Why do you look to change its soil, its sunlight, its water? The commission framework talked about local expertise. The recommendation made talked about national expertise. Take a look at what it hasn't. Take a look at the national expertise based locally that Live uses. We were just against change was shouted at the CEP meeting. I must admit I did a bit of derisive snorting at that meeting. I do apologise. A statement that shows how little is understood of what is being threatened with this flawed process. Basingstoke Live develops year on year. Just take a look. The COG outcomes do not reflect the COG meetings. The recommendation made does not show an understanding of what it is wanting to change. There's a total lack of understanding of its effects, and decisions have so far been made on a flawed process. The COG papers themselves have said not to change what's developed organically. Please don't start contaminating our unique organic event with your pesticides. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Sorry, I'm not going to ask if there are questions this time, I think. Daniel O'Loughlin. And if Joanna Ridout can be ready to jump up as well when he's finished, please. 4 minutes, Daniel.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and keep it within time. I know I've got a reputation in this place. First things first, I'm not going to repeat what's obviously been said already by the two previous ones. I think we've made it very clear how the community feels about this. I'm just going back to the previous meeting. This is actually the 7th time I've spoken in front of councillors about Basingstoke Live. We've had 2 petitions for it since. And every single time we come to the end of it, we kind of think we've kind of buried this hatchet. I have spoken personally to a range of councillors members, both from the Conservative Party, the Lib Dems and the Labour Party, and found support for this event through all of them. I know with the cabinet holder, Cathy Ostleton, has always spoken very fondly of this event, and she has done in the last meeting when she clearly demonstrated its growth since 2013 and 14. So, you know, when we hear Councillor John's remarks about it being stagnant, you can understand that can kind of, you know, wrap people up the wrong way ever so slightly. This is a community event, and I don't think many of the councils here, maybe a few, fully understand the importance of it as a social event for young people. I was just speaking to a young gentleman who's 19 years old on the train today, and it is in fact the only thing he kind of does during the summer holidays. He doesn't have any money to go leave the town, and quite often doesn't leave the estate of Popley, but him and his mates banging away in the garage we're hoping to be playing this year. Nice guy, but if I'm honest, I doubt a commercial vendor would be very interested in having them play. One of the great things about Basingstoke Live is friends come to see their friends play, and it is a very, very important as a social development tool for young people. We have areas of this borough that are having issues, and you've always heard the phrase, you know, young hands with nothing to do tend to find trouble. So something like Basingstoke Live can work very well sometimes in that. You only have to look at the great work the drum runners have to do, and I know for a fact if we are moving towards this outsourcing model, that you would lose the very heart of what is Basingstoke Live. And I'm not here wanting to play petty politics left, right and centre, because that is pointless. The Basingstoke Live shouldn't have to go across that. We have great expertise advice, and we have excellent that they have done has been that the team that has helped run this event year in, year out. Going back to the cabinet holder, Cathy Ostleton, has always shown her support for this. Our predecessor, Councillor Steele, again, listened to us, like Ostleton has listened to us as a community in the past, and made a decision goes with it. But a lot of that good work does get underwriters when we have the leader of this councillor on TV making a comparison, well, if we keep Basingstoke Live, we won't be able to home the homeless, okay? Which is ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous again to say. And it belittles us. And we don't want to be belittled, we don't want to be. I'm fed up talking about this to you. I really am. And it is really starting to annoy me. We came to that previous meeting. And again, Cassie also had a wonderful presentation. We had a good presentation from the officers about how great this event is. And then we had Councillor John come along again and basically just give a where the hell was he? What sort of event is he looking at? I don't mean this personally. I don't know you personally, okay? And I don't want to be just sitting there, oh, them evil Tories again, because I know that's not the case here, okay? But John, you are just... I've spoken to people in your own party who have obviously won't say on the record, obviously, who don't support you in the decision that you are making here regarding Basingstoke Live. I'd certainly have a lively debate about outsourcing in general because of my own political views, but Basingstoke Live is something that is unique, that is something that is Basingstoke, and is something we are proud of as a community.
Thank you. Joanna?
Hello, I'm Joanna Ridout and I'm Chair of Basingstoke Cultural Forum. I've lived in Basingstoke for around 25 years and worked for many of the cultural organisations which members know and love and are the subject partly of this committee. I'm here to represent some of the views from that forum. I'd like to thank officers and councillors who have engaged in dialogue with me and following concerns expressed after the CEP committee on the 15th of October, which I outlined in a 3-page letter. Many members around the table will have seen that, which was to Councillor Isaac. Some additional concerns have been raised from the forum since then, which I'd like to just raise. In Appendix D at CEP on the 15th of October, the grants figures for the organisations there are potentially misleading as they're actually based on budgets for 2014-15 rather than actual outcomes. We suggest that using actual figures, for instance the previous year's accounts, might have offered members a clearer picture rather than aspirational budgets which often include unrealised fundraising targets. Also Appendix D, Hampshire does not invest in Proteus creation space directly, as indicated by the 15,000 figure there. and Hampshire's overall contribution to Proteus Theatre Company and the Creation Space combined is less than stated. The total there is 49,300, when in fact the budgeted and received amount overall from Hampshire for 2014-15 was 44,300, a difference of £5,000. As mentioned before by Paul, public consultation on outcomes was highlighted as part of the COG process, scheduled for July, August in the Session E presentation, if members want to look it up. I understand there was an internal decision not to undertake this public consultation, as there would be no direct change for the end user with the current decisions being made. There's a concern whether this is an accurate assessment of the potential impact of the decisions that are being proposed. Looking right back at the start of the COG process in Session A and its scope, and this has also been mentioned before, we would like to know what and who influenced the choices on the in-scope list, which includes theatre groups, but notably excludes dance, music, visual arts and others based in and serving the borough, particularly those not-for-profit organisations that offer participatory, grassroots, year-round activity, working with hard-to-reach groups, meeting outcomes that would be difficult to replicate with outside providers. Overall, the Forum hopes that we can continue to contribute to the decision-making process, whatever form it takes, with Basingstoke and Dean, and together help to provide the best cultural expertise and provision possible for the people of Basingstoke. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. And finally on my list, Zoni Asif. Well, we didn't the last one, so no.
I'm Zoni Asif, and as a young person myself and as a representative for the other young people of this town, I am strictly against the outsourcing of this event. And honestly speaking, I'm very disappointed that me and other members of the public are here today to support an event which really just speaks for itself. Basingstoke Live is an event which is attended by thousands of young people. It is an event that people look forward to each year, an event that includes the young people of this town and from other surrounding areas, and it's an event that celebrates the youth of today. It allows us as young people to really be a part of the Basingstoke community. It is an event that unites the people of this town in hosting a diverse range of local, regional and national talents, and it is an event that brings Basingstoke to life, something which is for everyone. For the past 8 years, people like the Drum Runners, the events team at the council, Basingstoke Youth Action and Basingstoke Voluntary Action have selflessly put in their own time and effort to keep this event running. For the past 8 years, thousands of people have come to the heart of Basingstoke to attend an event which doesn't just celebrate music, but it celebrates talent, art, culture, and most importantly, it celebrates our community. It has been a massive success and it has proven to provide more and more for our town every single year. So I don't really understand why we are considering risking the future of such a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other members of the public who have indicated they wish to speak. So, are there any visiting members who would like to speak? Councillors? No? Okay. Then I'm going to invite the Cabinet Member to respond and comment.
Thank you, Chairman. I have to start by saying that I'm somewhat mystified because what we've largely heard about tonight is about the supposed threats to Basingstoke Live. But this is a scrutiny committee that's been brought about because of a call-in by certain councillors. And, you know, I'm struck by the fact that Basingstoke Live is not mentioned once in the call-in. So I'm not quite clear how are you going to deal with this? Because it's a bit like me being invited by this committee or by the call-in people to councillors to come along and participate in a game of football. I turn up in my football gear only to be told that that this is actually a game of cricket that I'm expected to play tonight. So I leave it to you to decide, Chairman, how we should approach this. But I'm bound to say that it leaves me mystified. But anyway, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to respond to the points raised by the call-in signatories. Reading the grounds for the call-in, it seems to me that they are about specific aspects of the process that led to the Cabinet's decision of the 28th of October, and not directly at all about the various decisions taken by Cabinet relating to future application of this borough's funding to arts and culture provision. No real reference is made in the call-in to these decisions, those sound decisions of Cabinet made on the 28th of October, but to remind everyone these covered, firstly, soft market testing of a portfolio of local events with particular attention to the benefits of Basingstoke Live as a showcase for local talent, followed by reverting back to CEP committee before any final decision. A review of the funding of £21,800 going directly to destination Basingstoke. Funding of the arts of Anvil Arts to March 2017 decreasing by 5% per annum from 14-15. Soft market testing for the Anvil and Haymarket to see if a viable market exists for those venues. Funding of the New Hampshire Cultural Trust in 15-16, covering Milestones, Basing House and Willis Museum, and then reviewing HCT's work to determine future funding. Funding Whitchurch Silk Mill until 2020 while exploring possible partnering with HCT. Ceasing the current grant to Hampshire Museums, HMGT, I'm sorry, I can't remember what that stands for actually. Galleries. Oh, thank you very much, Councillor. And inviting it to apply for a specific grant programme funding. Funding Proteus Creation Space to 2020, reducing by 5% per annum, and inviting it to apply for a single strategic grant for Proteus Creation Space and its theatre company, and also providing £35,000 of pump priming in March 2015. And finally, creating a rural grant fund of £10,000. I made these recommendations having reviewed the work of the COG. I will return to this point later, but I want it to be very clear that I have valued the work of the COG, of the time given freely and willingly by those in our community who really know how this sector works. I wish to make it clear that the COGs are advisory groups, but their views are central to this process. The thrust of the call-in, it seems to me, to be that of, firstly, claimed shortcomings of information benchmarking against other UK theatres, etc., inadequately robust financial analysis and lack of evidence as to what the commissioning outcome group's preferences were. Secondly, insufficient analysis of the options and democratic consideration by CEP committee. So the Cabinet's decisions are really being challenged to the extent that A, these criticisms are valid, and B, that no portfolio holder or Cabinet acting reasonably could have come to the conclusions they came to as the authorised executive body of this council for these decisions. I think the evidence shows that the signatories are mistaken on both counts. From the start of this year, there's been an extensive, in-depth process of starting from scratch on the fundamentals of this council's grant funding for arts and culture via the new, highly structured and organised commissioning process, which was carried out over a period of 6 months. During that time, the officer team and I have undertaken the most thorough review of why and for what purposes this council uses ratepayers' money to support arts and culture. The over 600 pages of evidence requested through this committee is an indication of just some of the time and work that has been done and how thorough the whole process has been. Information about the COG, presentations, exercises, fact sheets, etc. have been and continue to be publicly available information via the council website. It has been a thoroughly transparent process. For the first time, this council has not only looked at arts and culture funding in terms of what outcomes and needs we want to see being met for our residents, rather than just looking at last year's outputs from the various arts and culture organisations, but has also undertaken a thorough benchmarking exercise of what other councils do in terms of arts and culture funding and how we compare in terms of our financial support. This is the first time this has been done. The commissioning programme objective for arts and culture, which was made clear from the start to the COG participants, was, and I quote, "What could this council be doing itself and with its partners to deliver a range of arts and cultural activities that are attractive and value for money for the borough?" End quotes. And ensuring our residents' money is spent well is very important, at least to some of us, at a time of financial pressures on them and us as a council. This council spends over £2.3 million on arts and culture. I'm very proud that we do spend that much. And we have a duty as councillors to make sure it is spent wisely and effectively. It was also stated that decisions will be based upon A, community need, B, corporate priorities, C, achieving good outcomes for our residents while recognising financial pressures we and our residents are under. I'm proud to say that this council's investment in the arts compares very well, and this administration intends to keep it that way with high levels of funding. I'd also like to congratulate the officers in the commissioning team for their enormous amount of hard work and professionalism. Yes, professionalism in helping me and the Cabinet to bring forward a step change improvement in the way this council delivers these services. Sure, there will be instances, if you look hard enough, and certain people have certainly made it their business to do so, that statistics and benchmarking conclusions we have used could be challenged and open to different interpretation. That's the nature of such things. And officers will answer these points. But are we seriously saying that these go to the core of the decisions made, to the extent that those decisions could not reasonably have been made and should now be unwound or fundamentally changed? Is it just possible that with elections on the horizon, what is really going on here?
Sorry, Councillor Isaac, that is not appropriate, as you well know.
What I was saying. I'm not sure what I'm being allowed to do, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Can the members of the public not ejaculate like that, please? Would you like to carry on?
Thank you. I would say that I think that it's possible there is an attempt to stop things happening for the sake of attempting to obstruct or trip up this administration. An attempt to pick holes in the hope that some statistical error will be found, or to discover some post-it note or light bulb from a COG session that is a smoking gun, revealing a cynical manipulation by me and that an obvious alternative decision should have been followed. I ask you. On the two broad call-in grounds, my conclusion is that the evidence shows abundantly, firstly, how detailed and thorough the process has been, and secondly, that options considered by me as portfolio holder and then by Cabinet were fully evaluated and were available for CEP to examine, as it did on 15th October. To suggest, as signatories seem to want to do, that there has to be evidence of a paper chain directly connecting the decisions of Cabinet and me with the recommendations of the COG is to misunderstand the role of the COG. As I've said, it was advisory, not executive in its functions, and that was always made clear to its participants. Under our constitution, when making decisions, Cabinet and portfolio holders properly draw on a wide range of factors and advice, including not least the approved priorities of the council plan. To suggest that there has to be some Janet and John Book 1 process followed, linking our decisions directly to the COG, is both nonsense and rather naive. For the first time, as part of commissioning, this council reached out to its partners in the arts and culture community, those people who are the experts, for their ideas on how we could do it better, more efficiently, get wider participation and attendance, and get better value for our residents' money. The evidence is that the COG worked extremely well, including those borough councillors who contributed to it, and came forward with many excellent and innovative ideas that might otherwise have been missed. Interestingly, one of the findings of the Arts and Culture COG members was that a culture of expectation of non-competitive funding and dependency on grants from this council has developed over the years. Do the signatories want to return to the old ways, where officers sat in rooms with individual grant applicant organisations to go over, in an unstructured way, last year's outputs of that organisation, and out of which recommendations came forward to Cabinet on who should be funded and by how much? Much less transparency here, much less consultation with the arts and culture community, and much less opportunities for councillors to be involved. To address the criticisms of the call insofar as they've been explicitly stated by the signatories, I would say, A, the overwhelming evidence is that the decisions are sound and were taken properly. Committee members will note the huge volume and in-depth, detailed research undertaken by officers, including through the COG. These contributed significantly to and informed the conclusions I came to as portfolio holder, and which were subsequently considered and debated, including at Cabinet briefings on 10th September and 8th October. There were other influences throughout the process, not least the CEP committee, the majority of whom supported the overall recommendations put forward by me prior to the Cabinet meeting. These certainly influenced the final outcome at Cabinet, including, importantly, firstly, the decision to agree to refer the results of event soft market testing back to that committee, and secondly, to invite Proteus to apply for a single strategic grant. Throughout the process, I have listened to others' views. Options were indeed properly considered and not casually dismissed as it is being claimed. A great deal of thought and questioning went into evaluating the best way forward, deciding what was best for residents, best for the arts and culture community, and best in terms of value for money and long-term sustainability. All options were detailed in the report, and CEP committee had the opportunity to explore those if it so chose. On that last point, one of the key policy differences of these grants process, is this administration's determination to get away from short-termism and to give our leading arts and culture partners more certainty about future grant funding so that they can plan ahead, grow and secure funding from other sources in the knowledge that we are backing them. Incidentally, that was another COG recommendation I supported. Thirdly, particular concern is being raised about how the option of exploring future use of the internal events team was considered. I can assure committee members that this possibility was fully explored by me in consultation with officers, as well as being considered by Cabinet. The briefing that went to Cabinet on September 10th proposed two options for the future of outside events. Option A, to develop the existing internal service by establishing a trading account, and option B, to commission the provision of local events through a process of competitive tender. And contrary to the suggestion made by the signatories, the option of going forward with an internal events team solution was certainly disclosed to CEP. I would direct committee members to the Delivering Future Outcomes report, section 9.5.4. Because of legal and financial constraints that apply to public bodies in this country, an internal council team does not have the same freedom of operation as a private sector run organisation, and the risks and costs would remain with this council. The Cabinet decision ultimately was to undertake a soft market testing exercise first. The present service provided by our internal team will be the benchmark. They do a very good job, the standard. And I would expect and encourage our events team to participate and put forward its proposals as part of the soft market testing. In conclusion, I hope that scrutiny members, having objectively considered all the evidence tonight, will decide to back the decisions taken by Cabinet on 28th of October. A great deal has been achieved, I believe, in overhauling and making our delivery of arts and culture in the borough better, making it more rigorous, more accountable, more open, more participative, more rational, more financially sustainable, and more aligned to our residents' wishes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Now we'll move to debate. So are there any questions? Oh, God, lots of them. Councillor Gavin James. Day.
Thank you, and good evening, Councillor Isaac. If I'd read through all the evidence that you've gathered, and you're quite right, there's an awful lot of evidence here. If I'd read through all the evidence and come out to the conclusion that actually your decision made sense, whether I like it or not, I'd have to accept the evidence was there to support it. But certainly on the events, I really couldn't find much evidence to support what you were doing. And in fact, there's an awful lot of evidence that I thought hadn't been properly considered. And I asked a question earlier of Paul from Drum Runners about whether the people behind, say, Basingstoke Live, which is obviously our major event, would still be happy to give their time freely in the event that it became a commercial operation. They said no, very clearly. It's very clear in the report that it's estimated that the forum invests approximately 1,700 hours in the programming of the festival. It also talks about 16 volunteers from BVA giving it 200 hours of work as well. 250 hours of voluntary performance time with an additional 4,000 hours of extra band rehearsal time. Now, if we add all those hours up, we get to 6,150. If we then say that musicians are all very poor, so we'll pay them £7 an hour because I couldn't be bothered to work out the minimum wage, we come to a new cost of £43,050. So how do you think we are increasing our efficiency and getting the outcome? We are properly drawing on all of the evidence. We are consistent with recognising the financial challenges that we face by increasing the cost of Basingstoke Live by £43,000, roughly 50%. How does that make sense?
Councillor Isaac, do you want to respond to it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, we obviously differ in our conclusions on this. I can't really comment on the numbers that you've done. What I would say to you is that no decision has been taken as such. What we're doing is soft market testing of this, because are we saying that it's inappropriate for us, those who support Basingstoke Festival, to want to see if there are other people who could run it better than we do? Is it right that we as a council should be running it? So what we're looking at here, and that's all we're doing, is asking the question, and have we got some concern that we don't want to find out what might be out there, that things are perfect and we can't there's no possibility of change and development. What we want to do, we're committed to Basingstoke Live. The funding is in place for it for next year, and I see a future where we want to release Basingstoke Live for it to develop. And in order to do that, it's important that there is not that we do it without imposing too much of a burden on the public finances, which we're putting in just short of £500,000 all told into Basingstoke Live when you add up all the costs. So I think it's a responsible I think it's a responsible act of the administration to go and ask the question. And I'm fully committed to Basingstoke Live, and whatever happens to it in the future, I think it will be important that we capture all of the strong features of Basingstoke Live, the volunteering, the access to local musicians. All those things are maintained for the future. So it's not a question of us sort of handing it over to somebody else and then saying, well, that's we've lost it, and that we've lost something that was really special to the borough.
Yes, Councillor James.
Sort of point of clarification, really. You said that Basingstoke Live cost close to £500,000. Your own papers, I'm sure you've read very carefully, say that Basingstoke Live actually cost 94,900. So I've just saved you over £400,000. Can we go home now and keep Basingstoke Live?
Councillor Day.
Councillor Isaac, you have talked about the 2.2 million that we spend on the arts each year, but what I fail to understand is how we don't know what the benefit is to the town on that. Now, it was Councillor Byrne who said Basingstoke Live and the Festival created 2 million. So with all the other events that we have going on, all the other things there, I would have expected you as the portfolio holder to say, actually, this creates another couple of £1 million or whatever. I'd expect some figure from you. And when we think about Basingstoke and about the festival and about the arts, about the Anvil and all those other, what they do is they drag people in to do shopping, to eat in the town centre, to enjoy our evening facilities. So there's a lot of throughput through the town that actually add to that, and that's a massive amount. And we never had that in the COG. I asked the question in the COG when we were on there. So what does this mean to Basingstoke in terms of financial benefits? And so when you talk about the ratepayers, I want the ratepayers to know exactly what the benefits they are now. And I'd like you to tell me, please.
Councillor Day, I'm sure I know you're right. There's a lot of added value that arts and culture brings to the borough. I haven't got the finger at my fingertips, but maybe the officers have. We want to encourage arts and culture in this community, and I'm disappointed that we're being portrayed as having the opposite view. If you look at what one of the main principles of what we're seeking to do through these decisions is to actually give our partners in the arts and culture scene much more certainty about their future income. In the past, it's been hand to mouth, 1 year at a time funding. We're proposing here funding up to 5 years, and that will enable them to go out and talk to others and say, look, we've got the support of Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council. Could you they're behind us. Can you help us? It'll also give them greater opportunities to think about how they can generate additional revenues. So I'm very disappointed that we're being sort of characterised in this way. But then I suppose that's something one has to get used to in this position.
Sorry. We'll come back because we've got quite a lot of people. Councillor Day. Councillor Golding.
I was just trying to get in early for debate, so I don't have a question at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I can't see who's next on the list.
Councillor Golding. Sorry.
Can't read your room.
Yeah.
Councillor Laura James.
Thank you. I just want to sort of go back to what you were sort of talking about. We're going to let Basingstoke Live free, to run it, to be run free. What do you mean by that? Can you just explain?
Well, that's a funny thing because I don't actually remember using that expression.
Okay, you said release it. We're going to release it. What do you mean by release?
It seems to me, and some of the main supporters of Basingstoke Live tonight have commented on the fact that it is growing already, it's changing. And what we're saying here is, let's allow it to change, let's allow it to grow. Is the council the best people, the best organisation to be running it? Let's go and find out if there are others who've got ideas, while still at the same time preserving all that's best in Basingstoke Live. I don't know what it is that about change that worries you so, but it clearly does.
You said what's best in Basingstoke Live. What is best? What do you mean? It allows us to develop what's best in Basingstoke Live. What do you mean by that?
I'm not sure where this is going, because we heard so many of those who are great supporters of Basingstoke Live do a much better explanation of what makes it good than anything I could attempt to do.
So, in relation to releasing it, do you see the new model of Basingstoke Live having a free admission to those 33,000 people that use it?
I don't know the answer to that. That's the whole point of doing soft market testing, and it might be. I think that it's possible. We could be looking at sponsorship, merchandising. We could be looking at ticketing. I think that in 2012, the University of De Montfort did a survey of attendees at Basingstoke Live and asked the question, and I think 75% of those attending Basingstoke Live said that they would be willing to pay up to £5 a head in admission. So I know this is another one of these things that particularly those on your side of the chamber have some difficulty with, because you're always absolutely totally committed to this council subsidising everything it possibly can and writing another cheque out on the bank, drawn on the bank of Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council.
Contemptuous things.
I'll just ignore that. In relation to Basingstoke Live, you talked about it costing, and I can't remember, some ridiculous sum you talked about, but the figure that it actually costs is 94,900. There's the added costs in relation to services that this borough delivers, like having to cut the grass. And if you look at the in-house report that's been provided, it talks about all of those additional things that have to be produced, and there's a cross funding for that. If if we release this festival, what will happen to all of those additional things that need to take place for a festival to be successful? Will that what will happen to that additional cost? Will that have to be recouped by an organisation that purchases or whatever it does in relation to this Basingstoke Live?
I don't know the answer to that, because that's the whole point of doing soft market testing, but I imagine that a lot of the services that are provided as part of Basingstoke Live are done by departments in the council that will continue to operate. And of course, there are regulatory requirements on the council that will have to be continue to be funded and resourced.
I just want to talk about, you made reference to the decision process, and just to understand what happened. So we had the COG meeting, and the first question is how many of those COG meetings did you attend, Councillor Isaac?
Well, thank you very much, and that's very good to hear my name pronounced correctly. I can't remember exactly how many I attended, probably 4 or 5 altogether, but I took the view that it wasn't the right thing for me to be there as the portfolio holder, influencing the COG outcomes. The COGs were there, and what's I think very important about the COGs they were there designed to be a sort of brains trust to come up with ideas, to imagine what the best outcomes could be for arts and culture in the borough. And I think they've succeeded very well in that, and I'm very grateful to them for that, because I think there are ideas that emerged that wouldn't otherwise have emerged. But at the end of the day, as the portfolio holder and as part of the cabinet, we have to draw on, as I said in my statement, all sorts of influences in order to come to the conclusions that we came to.
Sorry, Councillor James, I did stop Councillor Day and moved on to you. I need to go around the table. Well, no, because it would be unfair of me to allow you to continue. You will, yes, you will get another chance. Can I go around the table then? Are there other questions, or do we go?
Yeah, got Councillor Harvey. Yeah.
Councillor Harvey, yes. Councillor Regan.
Bearing in mind the current answers, I think this will be a fascinating exchange. Cultural strategy for Basingstoke. Can I ask the cabinet member if he's aware of it, please? Well, while you find it, Councillor Isaac, can I ask you, where in that document that runs 2012 to 2015 does it talk about outsourcing the council events portfolio or soft market testing the anvil? This is our adopted policy document for the future of our cultural strategy.
As I've already said, there's been no decision to outsource here. What we're doing is soft market testing. And I think that it's completely appropriate for us to be investigating who else might have ideas for taking forward and developing Basingstoke Live.
Fascinated by this point of soft market testing. Just to get it absolutely clear in my head, what's the portfolio of local events that you're intending to be soft market tested? Can we just be absolutely specific? Which events are you soft market testing? What's in the list and not in the list?
I'd like to invite the head of commissioning to answer that one, if I may.
Thank you, Councillor Isaac. Councillor Harvey, since the Cabinet decision, the commissioning strategy team have been working on an implementation plan around exactly what the soft market testing exercise will look like. Currently, what we're looking at are two options that go out to the market. One option is quite specific in terms of saying, as an authority, Basingstoke and Deane would like to see these events, these are our must-have events, these are our nice-to-have events, and these are events that take it or leave. As we confirmed in CEP back in October, we said that we would be involving members in what that portfolio would look like, because we think it's important to take that range of views about what's important to Basingstoke in terms of what's delivered. Obviously, what we've heard tonight, Basingstoke Live is on the must-have list. And then there's all the other events that we will run a session with members over a few evenings in order to gauge those events. The other option, Councillor Harvey, is to have that blank sheet of paper and to go out to the market to say, in terms of an events programme, what would be the best programme that you could put on for Basingstoke? And what that's trying to gauge is if there's innovation out there that we haven't considered before and that someone out there would want to put on the table, and it will allow us to assess that against the portfolio of events that we've put out in the other option. What we're now looking at in terms of that soft market testing can be very informal and it can be very formal. And I think in terms of this process, we're at the more formal end of soft market testing. And therefore, we're looking at there being presentations made by any of those interested. And we're looking at inviting members along to that. Obviously, not all of you, but for there to be a representation of members there to hear firsthand what some of those organisations can and can't offer.
So the bit I don't get, it comes back to what we had last week. When is a decision not a decision? When is the Cabinet actually deciding to do something? And when is the Cabinet just postponing the decision, but will make it anyway? The decision is to do the soft market testing according to the current notice and then to proceed with competitive tendering. So what you've just said is effectively, we've done the COG process, we have some evidence from that. That isn't related to what Councillor Isaac has done as his decision because it's only advisory. This is his decision. This is your decision as the commissioning team in terms of your summary, because that didn't come from the COG process, that came from yourselves. And in that process, in that decision, you will do the soft market testing, and of course somebody will come back and make you an offer. Of course there will be commercial operators out there that will make you an offer. Therefore, you have created a self-fulfilling prophecy. What qualifications do you have in this field to produce evidence for this authority to commission those services in the way you describe of events, all that? What expertise do you have that the very people that sat here this evening who claim and are the professionals in Basingstoke Live do not have? Where is the disconnect between what they are saying as professionals and your expertise? Because I'm yet to see the evidence that shows me that you are experienced enough to be making these decisions in that context.
Very interesting point. So what you're saying is that as democratically elected councillors, we haven't got the expertise and the knowledge to make these sort of decisions. So again, it comes back to the same point from you, Councillor Harvey, as it does so often, that you should do nothing. The fact is that the recommendation to seek out expertise and to go and talk to other people and do soft market testing came from the COGs. We have got the experience because we're already running an events team and doing Basingstoke Festival, Basingstoke Live, helping with the Kite Festival, helping with the Transport Festival. So I really don't go with your reasoning whatsoever, because it always comes back to the point: you Conservative administration, you have no legitimacy. You should not be taking decisions. It should be left ultimately for others.
Not quite sure what planet you're living on, but listen to the question, because the framework of the guidance produced for the COG talks about co-design and opportunities for cooperation and co-production where the council works with the voluntary and community sector and local businesses to deliver services, that will be encouraged as part of the COG process. 2 of the post-it notes that you have derided this evening referred to outsourcing. We don't know where they came from, but 2 of the 55, that's it. 2 of the 55. In the context of what you're saying, you may make the decision, councillor, but it must be based on evidence. Where is the evidence that your decision for soft market testing and outsourcing as presented is professional in the context that you describe, set against the very people that sat here in that seat and told you their professionalism, the quality of what they deliver as Basingstoke Live? Either you respect them for what they deliver, therefore they're doing the right thing, why do you want to seek to change it in your way, or you believe in them, support them, and allow them to continue to develop it in the way they're describing to you.
Unsurprisingly, I don't accept your interpretation of what came out of the COGs. It's, as always, from you, Councillor Harvey, there's a risk that it could be, how shall I say, slanted. And I'm content that the decisions, the recommendations we've got from the COG were recommendations that were looked at very closely by myself and Cabinet, and a lot of the recommendations that came from COG have found their way into the Cabinet decision. But ultimately, as members of the Executive, we have taken the decisions, and those are the decisions that appear in the Cabinet decision of the 28th of October.
I'm going to move the questioning on. I will.
For the record, Chair, the evidence is in the papers. We have the post-it notes. It is there on the record.
Okay, but if there's another question, Councillor Harvey, I'll come back to you. Councillor Tilbury.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah. In your opening statement, Councillor, you actually read this. It's at 5.2 in the report. It says similar sectors in other boroughs are subsidised at a lower level by the local authority due to improved models of commerciality and sustainability. Well, I agree with the first part. We do have one of the highest levels of subsidy there, but where's the evidence for this is due to improved models of commerciality and sustainability? Because if you look in the reports, particularly around about page 75, if you look at the charts on there, the table 4, I mean, and I did raise this at CEP and at the Cabinet. If you look at the evidence there, we are the most expensive, the Anvil, followed by the Lighthouse at Poole, which is again run by a trust. So both those are run by a trust. It then shows Guildford Live as the next lowest one, but the lowest one, as I pointed out at the time, is the Regent Theatre at Ipswich, which is actually run by council officers in-house. Yet that's totally ignored. If this process, and this is about, the calling is about the process, how did you arrive at these decisions? Why is the most obvious option to actually basically carry on what we're doing, because that's the cheapest option there? And where's the evidence that says, you know, the reason all these other ones are cheaper is because they're more commercial? That's the first question.
Not sure I understand the question, I'm afraid. But, well, from the evidence, and this is the first time we've done benchmarking, it does seem that we subsidise many of the arts and culture arenas quite significantly, and that's why it's necessary at a time when, as you know, the budgets of this council are under extreme pressure, that we should talk to our partners in the arts and culture arena, do soft market testing as we're proposing with the Anvil and the Haymarket and with events, but work with them, and you'll see that that there's a sort of we're looking to reduce the amount of funding over time while also giving them the stability of knowing that we're going to be there to support them with funding, all being well, in the years ahead.
And the point is, if you look at the actual evidence there isn't any evidence in this report that shows that the reason they're cheaper is because they're more commercially successful. If you actually look at the report points to the Watermill Theatre as being one of the more successful that we should be trying to reduce our subsidy to. Are you aware that the Anvil and the Haymarket together get about £145,000 from the Arts Council, and they receive about £500,000, which may explain why they're not having to get such a big subsidy. And that's true of all the other ones. The ones with the lowest subsidy are the ones who get the biggest Arts Council grant. That's the reality. It's not because they're more commercially successful, it's because they get bigger grants from someone else.
I suppose there's always the difficulty of these statistics and benchmarking, but the important thing is it's the first time we've done it, and I do think.
That's not true.
Oh, right, okay.
In the record, we did back around 2006, 2007, we used to do it regularly. We just stopped doing it, and that was the point that came out. When I raised this at the cabinet meeting regarding why is the Anvil's income flatlining and their attendance has fallen by 33%. Why have we not been looking at that? And I didn't get a response to that either at the time. But we did used to do benchmarking. You just stopped doing it.
Well, okay. I will bow to your greater longevity as a councillor, but the fact is, I think it's undeniable that that we give a high level of support to arts and culture in the borough, and we want to continue doing that. But we do need to make, in the same way that we've trimmed our budgets by 7.7 million over the last 5 years, we're expecting our partners in arts and culture to work with us. And the good thing is, having had meetings with the Anvil, with Proteus, they're all on side. They understand that.
Thank you. Councillor Day.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Isaac, one of the things that you said earlier when we had an earlier exchange was about short-termism, and certainly the council's the council's been very guilty of that when we've talked about the festival and live. We've only ever been planning for a year. So on that one point, I welcome the fact we're going to look at a longer term commitment to the festival and live, in as much as the staff that we currently have in council, I hope, will remain in those posts to make sure these events happen successfully. That would be my first point. The second point is about the other. We talk about the Anvil, and there's been about costings and that. I'm somewhat baffled by the fact we've never had a key performance indicators with all these people. So here we are, suddenly we've got an issue. But hello, we're partly, it's a charity, and some of our councillors sit on that charity. Why have we not said to the Anvil before in that case, well, okay, this is how much it costs per ticket, this is how much subsidy you get. Why have we not said before, this is what we expect you to pull in next year, the year after, etc., and start making those changes? Why has it taken so long? I really don't quite understand. We've come to this, we've done this COG, and yet these are fundamentals in my view, and they've not been achieved. I mean, they're issues that sit in this report, but the final thing is, what I don't understand about where we're going with all this is who came to you and said this is what we should do, and how they said it to you, and how they posted that to you, and how they convinced you that that's what we should be doing, looking to use outside sources. And I've got to make this point because I've been through a tender process, and I know how disheartening it is for the staff, how disruptive it is for services. And even now, I'm not meant to say this, of course, but 2 years down the line, the service is still finding its feet. So I wonder how this fits in with arts, that these people who are local people who currently organise these things today suddenly will be found with an in bed, if that's the right word for someone else.
You are supposed to be asking a question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Did you forget yourself for a minute,
I
Councillor?
forgot myself. I'm sorry, Councillor Pearce. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. You make a good point about KPIs, and we know one of the things that's happening alongside what we're proposing here is a radical overhaul to the grants system. And in a second, I'll ask the officer just to explain how we will be making sure that we are monitoring and looking at the performance of those organisations we grant much more in the future. On the second point about outsourcing, again, I just sense that there's this resistance to even asking the question and going out and looking at the possibilities of change. And I don't come from that world. You know, I come from the world where 80% of the residents who are in employment in Basingstoke work, the private sector. We're used to change. In fact, we embrace change. And I'm just astonished that so many councillors here are saying, well, we can't have that. We mustn't touch it. It's inviolate. We mustn't. It's something that is too precious to even risk bringing in new ideas.
Councillor Laura James.
Thank you. I think it sort of summed it up really. That this is not about a process that is based on evidence. This is ideological, really. This is about private best, but public isn't. But my question is to you, Councillor Isaac, is that you made reference in your statement that about the events and festival service meeting and commissioning outcomes. This is the report that was done by internal officers. Was that discussed at the COG? That's my first question in relation to that.
I'd like to ask the officer to answer that, and perhaps with the permission of the chair, give a bit more detail about KPIs.
Yeah, that's fine by me. You're okay with that, Councillor James? Yes, yes.
Chair, Councillor James, so the trading arm option came about from when we undertake an exercise in the commissioning outcome groups. We send out how that is written up and what options and themes have come out from that, and offer any of the COG members to make comments and come back on that. There's two reasons for that. One, we want to secure and assure COG members of the accuracy of the information that's going out. And the second one is that if there are COG members that couldn't make that particular session, they can see exactly what has come out of that session and comment on it as if they were in the COG themselves. One of the comments that came back from one of those sessions was from our internal events team and was around the exploring the as-is model. So the events team and the commissioning strategy team did a lot of work outside of the COG sessions, working up what that eventually is the trading arm option, what that could look like. Those meetings are really challenging in terms of looking at what the constraints were of the internal team, looking at how they could develop their model and their offering in terms of those financial constraints and the issues around sustainability, marketing, etc. And that was worked up between the two of them, driven by the events team. So certainly that option wasn't on the table in the COG sessions. It came to us outside of the COGs and we supported that work through it. And as referred to in Councillor Isaac's statement, I think it, from memory, 9.5.4 of the Delivering Future Outcomes document covers the trading arm option fully within that document.
But it dismisses it, and I just wonder, and I'd like to understand more how the as-is and how the internal model was dismissed. Who made the decision to dismiss that? Was it taken back to the COG? Did they have a discussion about that at the COG? You know, who ruled out that as-is wasn't an option? If I could just understand that process.
And perhaps I can clarify one point of that, Councillor James. The Delivering Future Outcomes document doesn't dismiss the trading arm as an option. It's the covering report that went to CEP and to Cabinet, listed all the options and was indicative of the portfolio holder's preferred recommendation at that time, and the preferred recommendation wasn't the trading arm.
The portfolio holder dismissed this model. I just want to be clear, at what point was that ruled out? Because the report to CEP has dismissed it. Where did it get dismissed? Who made that decision to dismiss it?
I don't like the word dismiss particularly. What I do like though is we looked at the options, and as is, I don't think it's appropriate given that we are ambitious for Basingstoke Live, and therefore we want to see how we can strengthen it and grow it. And there are we came to the conclusion that the best way of doing that was firstly to soft market test it, and so I'm completely comfortable with that. I think it's the right thing to do. I don't think it's right just to say, well, there's nothing further we can do. We'll leave it as it is. That's not. I don't think that's acceptable. I don't think our residents would find that acceptable.
Chair, you know that as signatories we've called and would like to ask the officers questions. That's the internal events team questions in relation to this, to clarify this. But in the meantime, just so I can clarify, because what the report that CEP actually states, it says alternatives considered but discounted. And I just want to understand how you discounted the as is and in the internal, this other model. How was it discounted by you as a politician?
I think I've given you an answer to that, Councillor James.
I don't, sorry, maybe I'm being stupid, but I just don't understand. At what point did you just dismiss it, and how did you come to that decision to dismiss it?
I have given you an answer. It was discounted at an early point by Cabinet, and I think on very good sound grounds, because we're ambitious. We want things to be better, and therefore we're not prepared just to accept that things stay put.
So at what meeting and what date and who was at the meeting that made that decision to discount that? Is there a public record of that?
I don't know where this is going, Chairman, actually. This is needles on this is on angels on pinhead stuff. I don't think it's getting us anywhere at all.
Councillor James.
I'd still like the answer, Chair, please.
You're putting me in a difficult position here. I mean, are you not able to give an answer? Is that what you're saying, Councillor? Is it?
I couldn't tell you exactly when it was decided, but it was decided early on, so it was probably decided in September. And what we then went on to do was to look at the other options, as I've explained.
Was it the whole of the Cabinet that made that decision to dismiss or discount the as is and the internal trading arm of the in-house events team?
As you would expect, it's a decision that was discussed at Cabinet briefings, and so we are a unified team, and it's not my decision on my own. So it's a collective decision that's taken on how we go forward.
The other thing I just wanted to raise, it was another document that we received in the pack. It was about Basingstoke and Dean event services. These are all the things that the events team do, the added extra. If we were to send Basingstoke Live and all of these other services on their way, and that we would then look at market testing, and then would have just there'd be some services that will be that we want to continue, but not funded by this borough, and there'll be nice to haves and things. What will happen to some of the things that the events team do that are, we haven't actually got an event name to. Have you considered these additional add-ons that the events team do in this borough at the moment? And could you sort of think about some of those things that may be lost?
I'm aware of a lot of the good work that the events team does, and they, as I said earlier, they will be the benchmark at which we measure any expressions of interest we get through as a result of soft market testing. Another thing that we have undertaken to do as part of the soft market testing exercise is to talk to councillors to make sure that we understand what are the services and characteristics of all the external events that we currently operate here are taken into account.
Can I just, is the Mayor's Firework Festival, is that a nice to have, or is that a must have? I'm just going to ask, I'm going to ask a few, if you could just tell me what.
I really question the value of this, Mr. Chairman.
Again, you put me in a difficult position. Councillors have got questions for you. They want answers to them, Councillor Isaac. So I think you do have to answer them.
As far as the Mayor's Fireworks are concerned, that is an annual event in our calendar, and it's something that we'd have to look at to decide how it would be best carried forward. But I would imagine that it would remain as an activity of this council, because I think it would probably be not one that would be put out to a third party if we came to that. But I don't know the short answer to that.
What about the World Party? That's part of the multicultural festivals that take place. Will that continue?
Well, this is all part and parcel of the soft market testing exercise, and talking to partners and councillors about how we lay this out when we do go out to soft market test. You're asking me to give you answers to this when what we need to do is listen and talk to other people about it, which I'm very interested to do.
One of the other events, one of the other things that our in-house team does is the Christmas lights, organises the Christmas lights. Who will do that in the future if we don't have the 2.6 members of staff?
I cannot envisage circumstances where we won't have Christmas lights. I'm sure that, again, as with the Mayor's Fireworks, they're a key part of the calendar.
So if we don't have the 2.6 members of staff, will we have to buy that service in?
I don't know the answer to that, Councillor James. That'll have to emerge as we prepare for soft market testing.
Will there be, as part of the soft market testing, will there be a list of the things that wouldn't naturally come to light, that you wouldn't think that the events team do? Because there's a massive amount of those things that you wouldn't think are part of their job, and I think it's important that we consider that. If we lose that, because they don't just organise some of these incredible festivals, but they do lots of other things, will we look at, as part of this outsourcing or as part of this soft market testing, the cost to the borough of all of these activities that these 2.6 members of staff actually do?
Absolutely, we're going to look at all these things and take them all into account, and we'll... I apologise. Absolutely, we'll look at all of these things and take account of them and decide who it is best to do them in the future. But I agree with you that they do some very good work, and we have to think very carefully about losing some of those in-house skills. So it'll be taken into account.
Councillor James, I'd rather, if you wouldn't mind, I've got another 4 people who want to ask questions, so if there's time, we'll come back to you. Councillor Sherlock. Okay. Well, the councillor was saying, in his opinion, he was asking a point of order. In his opinion, the questions were hypothetical questions, and in his opinion, the cabinet member doesn't have to answer them. Well, I'll leave that with the cabinet member when Councillor Mrs. James starts her questioning again, if that's what she wishes to do. The next gentleman on the. All right, Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. A lot has been said, obviously, about outsourcing, and I'm going to ask this question on the basis that I do have quite a lot of expertise in outsourcing. Would the council be exposed if it didn't consider market testing? And the reason I say that is that for 20 years now, we've had EU directives on public procurement, and we've had government guidelines on public procurement, which are quite severe and savage should you get anything wrong. And I would suggest that surely in our thinking, it makes sense to consider market testing, even if we subsequently reject it, because otherwise we would not be bulletproof in our legal requirement to get best value for the residents.
That's a technical question. I'm sure you're right, the thrust of that, but if I may, I'll invite the head of commissioning to respond to that.
Thank you, Councillor Isaac. Whilst soft market testing isn't mandatory yet, it is something that we do as standard here in Basingstoke and Deane in terms of anything where we're entering into a new contract or the financial value of the contract is particularly high. The reason we do that is, I mean, what it says on the tin, we want to test the market and check that there is something there to work with. In terms of the soft market testing applicable to this decision, whilst the benchmarking is indicative that it works elsewhere and that it works out where it worked elsewhere at a particular point in time, what we want to test here is, does it work for Basingstoke and does it work now? Because there are plenty of conditions and things that and factors that will affect the viability of that.
Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Chairman. It's back on this soft market testing, and there's two questions related to it. But I think before, can I just reassure Councillor Isaac? He seemed to indicate that we on this side weren't in support of change. I can assure him I'm absolutely supportive of change, but I like to be change for the better, improvement and progress, and that's the only kind of change I can support. I know he speaks highly of change. I suggest he checks a definition of conservative. In terms of this market testing, I'm a bit concerned that we've mentioned benchmarking, etc. And there was two types, I think, that the Commission officer mentioned, of soft market testing, where we go and say, these are our events, how can you run them? On the other option is a blank sheet of paper. Now, I think if you're going to do any kind of test, you need to know what the pass mark is and be very sure what the pass mark is. So if no one comes in and offers a tender that surpasses that pass mark, you then have to go elsewhere. You can't kind of change the pass mark depending on who bids and go for the best one. If the best one's not good enough, it's not good enough. So I want to be, that to be clarified and made clear. The other concern I have is the second strand of this process, because you tend to get a number of tenders in, another number of options, number of ideas. You can then come to one which you think is probably more favoured, and they say, we need an exclusivity agreement. We need to have time to talk to all the event organisers and all the other people in the council to really understand what we're looking at taking on. We give them 6 months exclusive access to all the information, at the end of which we tend to feel duty bound to go with them because they've spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money, and be deeply embarrassing for the council to walk away at the end of that 6 months and say, sorry, we're not interested. So I want assurances that there will be a robust pass mark in the test of the soft market testing, and also, and obviously if no one reaches that pass mark, we're not going to lower the grades. We're going to say no one's passed it, we have to think again. But also that I want assurance that there will be no final decision until we're absolutely sure that the person who's bidded does still pass that pass mark, and we're not going to feel compelled to go with that partner just because they've had an exclusive agreement.
I find myself in agreement with you.
Councillor Harvey.
I'm wrong.
Thank you, Chair. Just for the record, on the basis of that other question, the in-house option and the public sector element has to be protected in the tendering processes and the way it's gone about. It isn't the private sector, because that will always pitch up. Actually, it's the in-house processes, which makes the earlier questioning along those lines of when it was discounted and how it was discounted incredibly relevant to the process and the legitimacy of it in terms of it going forward. Can I ask the one person that we've not had a chance to speak to this evening, I do think actually I'd love to hear from, because we've talked about them an awful lot, but we haven't actually heard from them. Andy, your events team, could you tell me what qualifications your events team have, please?
Sorry? CSE and cookery. Yes, CSE and cookery. Yes, we've got a range of qualifications in the team. I myself have a degree in recreation management and a diploma in event safety management. My colleague as the events officer has a degree in events management and an IOSH in managing safely. And the festival coordinator has a graduate diploma in arts administration and a bachelor of education in secondary drama and an MVQ level 4 development of outcome-based commissioning in the public and third sector.
Everybody else has said what they think your service does. Could you tell me what your service does in your words? You're the events team, and I'd like to hear it from you.
I think the service we provide is sort of quite detailed and quite ranging. We've talked a lot about some of the detail of the specific events that we organise. The Basingstoke Live, the Basingstoke Festival, the Mayor's Fireworks are all there, and it's probably fairly obvious in the fact that we sort of deal with the entirety of those events and the management of them, alongside the people that we work with, such as the forum. But that sort of is dealing with the whole package of an event from start to finish, to going on site, to building it, to all the safety management, etc. The dealing with contractors, and just ensuring that they are properly and professionally managed. And that deals with those three. There's another two areas of the service that we manage, which is dealing with the partner events, which is the Kite Festival and Transport Festival. They're local community groups that perform themselves into bodies to deliver events and rely on the partnership with the council and the funding we put in to do some of the events management for them and to support them in the delivery of that. In terms of the festival, we have the festival coordinator who coordinates the sort of the package of events which we referred to previously. But that's a lot of work in sort of working with people, encouraging them to put on events, developing the program, and that's been going for now. We've done 3 years, and it's something that we're looking to develop further and generate further income into, and work with more partners to make into a bigger and better thing than it is at the moment. As I say, it's been growing over a 3-year period. A lot of the other areas are sort of probably less identifiable. We work a lot with internal teams who are doing their own events on sort of varying size and varying degrees of complexity. They start doing something, they've got a task they want to do, and they maybe don't know where to start, so they come to us and ask us for guidance and support. They need an understanding of what their legal responsibility is to make sure that they're not exposing themselves and the authority into putting them into a difficult position. And that's something they feel very valued. We attend some of the larger events that our colleagues do, not to take over. We let them run them, but we're there as advice and support to steer them along the way. There's other events that are nothing sort of strictly to do with the council. Oktoberfest, the half marathon, commercially based events that start up. That's one of the first doors they knock on is ours to come and find out what they need to do, who they need to talk to, and both of those are very good examples of how sort of an event can start and grow, and I'm sure they will sort of testify to the fact of the level of support we have given them over the years. We attend safety advisory group meetings. Different events can be called into that, particularly if they're licensed events. Work with our colleagues in licensing team. People come there for general safety advice. We look at their event safety management plans, go over those in detail, and offer them guidance and advice on the way that they can deliver their events in a safe way. And we'll answer general inquiries for people who want to do events, whatever they may be, whoever they are. We will sort of advise them on events. I think the final part that I've not yet covered is the permission for people to do events on council land, the land that we own. If somebody wants to use it for anything that sort of would transgress the bylaws, they need written permission to do so. So we will deal with those, and they range from small events that happen annually and sort of don't need a lot of guidance and support, to people that will want to do a large scale event and come to us and say, I want to do an event. I don't know where to start. So we will handhold them from start to finish and make sure we can steer them along the line and make sure they know what they're doing. So that's what we do.
Thanks, Andy. I mean, the three that came to mind were the additional bits really to the role that were sticking in my mind was seeing you at Remembrance Day and the team in terms of what they were doing at Remembrance Day in the support of everybody that was there, the British Legion and so on that, over and above. The other one was the torch relay, which we saw in the video, which I thought was very important, the words of the Chief Executive and the quality of what you did and how your team delivered that in the context of the torch relay, beyond and above what would be expected of any contract. And then the Jubilee Party. Can I just ask you, because this is important, this in terms of the report and what we've heard this evening, your in-house proposal for the event service identifies options, including setting up the trading account and setting up of the trading company. Can I ask you, why did you propose those? What are the impacts or the implications of them in your mind? And were you aware that the Cabinet had discounted it in September? What was the process that you went through in relation to your in-house proposal?
We put the proposal forward in light of support of the commissioning process.
Sorry, I thought you were just registering to speak. You want a point of order?
I'm struggling at the moment to understand. We are looking at a specific item of scrutiny, which is a decision which is being put forward and to test and to do some other work. I'm struggling where a lot of this is going. It's going around and around and widening. Well, what I'm trying to say is we don't appear to be keeping to the topic. We appear to be moving around, moving off. And I'm frankly at a loss with some of this as to what it's adding to actually understanding and delivering a scrutiny of a particular decision.
Well, thank you, Councillor. I pretty much want to ensure that there's open debate and questions of the relevant areas, and you're equally as able and welcome to ask questions as any other councillor as a member of the committee. I think it is a big issue for people, and I'm really not going to curtail it any more than I have already done, and we'll see what we say at 9:30.
Thank you. My question stands, Andy, please. If you...
Yes, when the commissioning process started and we knew that the sort of surface was going to be looked at, I mean, we looked at the question of what we're doing ourselves and with our partners, and looked at ways in which we would need to adapt and change to move with the times and meet with the needs that sort of were being presented in terms of looking at sort of longer term sustainability, being adaptable, more financially resilient, and being able to consider sort of more commercial options. So we sort of attended the process, put our thoughts into the process, and then subsequently submitted the model that you've been referring to, which addresses what we currently deliver against the outcomes identified. But also goes at looking at sort of how we can change. We did identify that the sort of the annual process of financial regulations can curtail some of the activity that we do in terms of planning and make it difficult to utilise fundings either to make savings or to enhance the service. And as such, consulted internally on how else we could deliver it, which does refer to the trading arm, which would give us that greater flexibility that any money we generated into a year could then be either used into following years to sort of start things, develop new events with people, partnership events, and look at commercial ways of delivering, or if need be, make savings into the service. We also identified that doesn't enable us to go and deal commercially in the market. At the moment, the view of the team was that we don't necessarily need to be able to do that to explore commercial elements and improve the way that we deliver. But if we needed to, setting up a trading company was another option, and the trading company being one that is separate to the council but owned by the council, and that would give it the freedom comparable more to the commercial sector to enable it to operate commercially.
So bearing all that in mind, then I guess my final point really is there any reason why your service cannot continue to be delivered in the way that it is at the moment?
From an operational point of view, which I deal with, and I can continue to deliver the service that we deliver while there's a budget in place to do so.
Okay. Councillor Tate, did you want to ask a question, or was it just your point of order? Okay, thank you. Councillor Reagan?
Well, I realise I haven't got a question, it's for the debate, so I'll save it for then.
All right, okay. Yes, certainly, carry on.
Yeah, Andrew, from what you were saying about your team and yourself and the qualifications, I could quite easily see you or any other team being poached by a fabulous salary outside of the council. What risk analysis have you done for events like Basingstoke Live if you or one of your team were no longer employed by the council? How would we cope?
I haven't undertaken any assessment like that. There are events management companies around the country that deliver events with great expertise, so they exist, but I've not carried out any specific analysis of where the council would be if we weren't in place.
Councillor Day, did you want to continue with another question or not? Just a question, though.
Yes, it is a question. I won't go anywhere else. Okay. Just on the on what we're just saying, what your point about the expertise within the in the service there. If, for instance, if it did go out for tender, what you haven't got is you're going to lose all these local people's, or a lot of the local people's involvement in that.
It's not a question.
Well, okay, I'm going to get to the question in a minute. So, yeah, I mean, so we've got no. Yeah, I'm not really sure where the question was now, but it was really about the point that localism, really. That was the point I was going to make, but I'll leave the question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Laura James, did you want to continue the question?
Thank you. I just wanted to understand, really, Andrew, in relation to the in-house trading option and the as-is. Could you explain to me, first of all, the option as is? Is that good for the council? Can you see that it could continue and change? Because what we've had tonight is a criticism that it doesn't change. Is it possible to exist as is and change?
I think, as I said, while I have a budget put in place to deliver events, then we can deliver the events as they are. I always try and run the service, constantly looking at developing it and improving it and enhancing what we do. So that, as I see, is part of my day job to keep the events program moving forward. And the events, some events change quite a lot, some less so. So moving forward with change is something that I try and do on a day-to-day. Sorry, could you just clarify the second part to that question?
Let's move on to into the events option, the commissioning out option. Explain to me, because I mean, for me, looking at this is a really, and I didn't see this in relation to the COG paper. It didn't go to the overview. Talk to me about how it's going to work, because I think it's really exciting. How could this bring about any future change or bring investment or bring opportunities to this council, because it really is. And I'd like to thank you because I think it's an absolutely exciting paper. Tell me about the paper and how this could actually work for this council and deliver on the options that are set out really within the commissioning framework.
The trading arm allows us to sort of explore new ways of working and deal with anything that comes in. One of the challenges that we have at the moment with the current cycle is that anything we went to explore to bring in anything that was any money that was surplus to what was planned, we can no longer utilize. In the budget process, it would be lost before the end of the financial year. So over a longer term, we would then be able to sort of try and work out what we could do and what we could achieve. And my thought process was that we could look to approach new partners to work with things, look to do new events, where we could actually speculate on what we could achieve with that. There would be an element of risk involved in delivering it, because we would be dependent on ticket income and generating that balance. But in the position that we had more flexibility if the money wasn't there, and the fact that could be rolled on into the following year and balanced out over a longer period of time. So at the moment, if we went to do it in 1 year, and anything that didn't make the money that was expected would be a deficit, and I would be outside of my parameters as an officer dealing with that. So that was the intention of greater freedom to try new things and move forward in a different way.
So if you had it over if your budget was over a longer term, 3 or 5 years, you could see how this model would be very successful and fit with the commissioning agenda.
I do, yes. It does still remain within the council's financial cycle, but it does have the longer time to address things.
Why would it be beneficial for this model to stay within the within the council? What is the benefits to us as council to have it within that?
The benefits that I identified, and what did sort of crop up earlier, is the access to the internal support mechanism that we have within the council. There are a diverse range of teams that provide significant support into the events, but with the most significant being the environmental services and the work they do in supplying, getting the sites ready and preparing that, and our communications team in terms of the marketing. We do all the promotion, the festival brochure, etc. It takes a massive amount of time and involvement to get that done. Those are processes that wouldn't be able to go out with a service that was going out, and are very, very cost effective by delivering them in-house.
My final question to you is in relation to Basingstoke Live. I want to actually another one in relation to the festival, but in relation to Basingstoke Live, we've had the cabinet member tonight talk about the ticketing and costing. What do you think would happen if we paid or there was a charge for people to come to an event like that? Because I know that you was part of the map initially that looked at this cross-party.
It's difficult to be 100% certain on exactly what will happen, but my belief as the events manager is that will make delivering that event incredibly difficult, and set it up for the likelihood of failure. We've heard about how important the community aspect is to it, the amount of voluntary work that goes into that, and the threat that might bring to the event if it was taken away. Sorry, can you just repeat the question for me?
What would the impact be if on an event like Basingstoke Live, if there was charging, a ticketing and charging, and you looked at that as part of the map? I know that it was a cross-party event that you looked at.
We did look at it in quite a lot of detail, and identified that sort of in theory you can charge the money and it sort of get money back, but there's a lot of things will change in the delivery of the events. The cost will go up, the risk will go. There's research evidence indicated that you might expect your audience to drop by 60%. So achieving the level of audience through the gates, paying the £5 that is identified, may not be realistic.
I'm not quite sure where you're going now, Councillor James.
I just wanted to say, and my last question is in relation to the festival and to Basingstoke Live. From this year's event to last year's, have you seen a change, and are you pleased with the result of the festival this year compared and the festival last year? The two events, you know, how do you think it's gone?
I'm delighted with both events. Basingstoke Live is something that's now run for eight years, I think, and have seen it grown from a small seed year by year into something that the guys tonight have already talked about and identified what the successes are. So I'm very pleased with how that's gone. The festival equally is following a similar trajectory to the one that Basingstoke Live did. It started 3 years ago, and at that point, the main focus really was getting people to put events on into our program, and there's a lot of that still goes on. But there's an awful lot of work working with our local funded organisations and other partners to try and develop it, and that interest is gathering now. So we're really beginning to sort of see an impact of it happen for 3 years, and the sort of the groundwork that goes on behind the scenes in developing it. And I'm confident that next year will be a further progression.
Councillor Tate.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question, Andrew. You said or implied that it could or would be incredibly difficult to manage Basingstoke Live with the ticket as a ticketed event, and you 75%, according to Montfort, of the surveyed visitors agreed that they would be quite happy to pay a £5 charge. I'm not quite sure how you can make the two run together. Why is it so incredibly different to make some change to charge people when 75% of people say already they'd be quite happy to do so?
Sorry, the question is somewhat in isolation as a sort of theory of like, would you be willing to pay that, and they may well say yes. Whether that will translate to them with with their cash when they look at it and say, right, well now I need to pay for it. What am I getting for that money? It's a very different scenario to sort of looking at and say, right, well this is a free event. I will go out and see the local acts and get exposure to that. They may well expect a higher return on what they see to get for their value for money, which in turn then puts the cost of the acts up. So it doesn't necessarily correlate from what somebody is willing to pay as to whether that works on a commercial level in terms of delivering that.
So what you're implying is that any market research has no value because everybody else sort of knows better and can do it by rule of thumb or gut feeling.
No, absolutely not. The market research it is valuable. I actually instigated that question to get an indication of what it might be, but that needs to be put against a lot of other information. And in doing that, and what we did with the map was that charging of £5 with the people that you would get through the door and the additional cost was not going to make the difference that was required.
Okay, did you want to come back again?
But what I'm trying to get at is that the way this comes over is that, well, there's some information that's positive, but actually there's a sort of inbuilt preference or a lack of what can we do that's different. If people are willing to put money into the event in terms of ticketing, it changes the event, I understand that. But it also opens up other options. It opens up new ideas about how you can grow things, how you can change things, how you can make things move forward. And I'm sort of stuck with this implication that, well, it's a bit difficult, so maybe we won't make any change.
Yeah, that would work if it's going to generate the income to enable you to do that. But if at the end of it, then I've got a deficit that's more significant than if I'd just done it to budget, then that money isn't there to actually do that. I'll also refer to the fact we did ticket a previous event, Jamming in the Park, back in 2002, I believe. We put £2 adults and £1 children on it to try and do exactly that. And our audience more than halved, and the event made a loss, which the council then had to find the money for.
But do you have a further question?
I understand what you say about what happened in the past. Let's talk about this particular event, because there are many reasons why something is different in the past. The point is that have you done the modeling of saying, okay, this is, if we build a semi-commercial operation, you know, what would that earn? How would it go ahead? Have you done some work on that?
We did do that as part of the map process, and I think the point I think is important to consider here. I've got nothing against doing commercial events. We can develop commercial events if that's the remit that comes down. We can go down that route. I've got no objection at all to do it, and we would work and do what was required. The thing that's being asked to do here is deliver Basingstoke Live, and my belief as the events manager is Basingstoke Live, because of what it is and the nature of it, is a free event, and as such, Basingstoke Live needs to remain like that. If we decide that we don't want to do that, we need to go down commercial routes and develop ticketing into and make something that could generate income. That's fine. That's a decision we make, and I can try and make that happen.
Okay, I'm conscious of the time. I think probably it's a good time for a natural break. But before I suggest that, because it is nearly 9:30, is it your wish that we suspend standing orders and are the officers? I don't have to do it. Well, you know, I've never done this before. They're all jumped down my bloody throat. I am, yeah. So I don't have to ask. No. Well, you'll be here until midnight then. That's great. Councillors, are we all back? Just a second, let me make sure I've got everybody's attention. Councillor Reagan's just gone. Is he not bothered? Okay. Councillors, I am cognizant of the time, and particularly, although apparently it doesn't, it isn't part of what we should be thinking about, but I do think about the officers. So can we now keep our comments as brief as possible? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. In mindful of that, can I give you notice that I would like, on the basis of everything we've heard this evening, at the appropriate moment to move a recommendation, and I'll do so when you give me the indication to do so, but I have a recommendation to make and I put it upon the table now.
Thank you,
But I think the
Councillor
debate is important.
I am taking the assumption now that questions are completed to Councillor, is it? Isaac? Did any of you who I pulled up early, Councillor James or Councillor Day, did either of you want anything particular raised now? Is your opportunity? You okay? So we're off to a debate. Now, can I limit them to how long they speak for? Can we give them 4 minutes? Yeah, I will be strict, as long as you push the buttons. Well, who's first? Right.
Thank you, Chairman. There's a couple of points I think I need to raise. The first one, certainly around ticketing Basingstoke Live, some questioning on that. And I certainly remember detailed discussions taking place in the map. And one of the things we realised, forget for a second that the performers would want to charge a different rate if it was a paid for event than what they would give freely if it's a community event. But beyond that, even ticketing itself, there is a cost of producing tickets. Then you've got to work out how you sell those tickets, who sells them and what's the mechanism for that. And whoever sells them will want commission. And of course, then someone's got to go around and collect all the money for the tickets. They've got to bank that money. And when we actually looked at it, we got to the conclusion that if you charge anything less than £5, the cost of actually doing a ticket was about £5. So you wouldn't save any money at all. You'd have to go to a higher fee. And once you get to a higher fee, you see the numbers drop well below the 76% that the marketing company informed us of, which is why we couldn't go in that direction last time. And I don't think anything's changed. Certainly my concern around the outcome of this COG process is one of essentially disappointment. I will say from the outset the positive is there's some long-termism, and I think one of the hardest things for any arts organisation is to not know what money they've got next year until sort of February next year when the budgets are confirmed. And I think looking into that 3-year advance warning of what they're getting, having a bit more sort of long-term outlook is very important in terms of them being able to plan ahead and give the borough the events that the borough wants. So there is one positive out of this. I sat on the Community Wellbeing Overview and Scrutiny Committee in our last committee structure every year for many years, and the funding of outside organisations used to come as a paper. We used to sit down and discuss it. It was a topic on its own, and have lots of conversation about that. We even introduced a scoring card system about 3 years ago, which used to be considered. I didn't always like the outcome, but we had a process and a very public process, and actually I think the COGS reduced that process. And I'm a bit concerned that by mixing it up with the events, we've almost diluted the scrutiny and consideration of events funding, and certainly was highlighted by the lady from the Cultural Forum who said that some of the numbers were wrong, and that gives an impression of how diluted what we've got in front of us is today, that we couldn't even get it right. So I think it was a mistake to mix the two together. Certainly in terms of the events, I don't think there's been anything that has really explored the consequences of having someone else outsource events, certainly from being involved in most of the bigger festivals that happen on my ward. So I take a keen interest in them, particularly Basingstoke Live. It's very clear that it's not a case of the events team ringing up a couple of mates and getting them to put on a show. There's an awful lot of conversation that goes on with the police. There's also a lot of conversations with the community safety officers, lots of work with parks teams, and I think the officers confirmed that earlier. That's a huge amount of interaction with other departments within the council. Very easy for council officers to do because they've got a pass that gets them around the building. Very much harder for an outside organisation. None of that seems to be considered or factored, and I think it absolutely should have been before we go down this soft marketing route. So for me, the case hasn't been made for the events being outsourced or even any soft marketing exercise. I think there's a lot more work to do at this stage if we wanted to go down that route, and I'm not sure we would, in terms of what does it look like, what do we actually hope to achieve, and what's the consequences if we achieve it. Because until that work's done, you can't really do a soft marketing exercise on the back of a blank piece of paper, and that seems to be where we're heading. So I think there's more work to do on that. I think whatever happens, I hope Basingstoke Live continues and stays alive. I will certainly fight for it for the end. I'm worried that 2 years after we thought we'd solved the problem, it's come back to bite us. There's no great big saving out of this. This is not the biggest department in the council. I think we're chasing pennies and causing a lot of harm in the process. So I hope we can put together a recommendation to the Cabinet that they review this decision, put it on hold. Certainly Basingstoke, certainly the events team needs to put on hold. A lot more work needs to be done, but also critically we need to look again at the way the arts are funded, because I think actually this new process is weaker, it's less open, less democratic, less accountable, and I don't think we've given the arts organisations a fair chance to obtain the funding.
Councillor Golding.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to bring us back to the call-in. The final sentence says, "We call on the Cabinet not to implement this decision," that's the whole of this decision, "before the Scrutiny Committee has had the opportunity to address these concerns. No implementation reduction in the arts funding for the Anvil Arts, no funding for milestones, etc., no funding for Richard Silk Mill, no funding for Protest." That I cannot possibly accept. The call-in is just far too wide in undermining the whole decision. There was some criticism of the flow of information from the October CEP meeting to Cabinet. That was inaccurate. There was a very accurate supplementary report that reported exactly what we decided at CEP that went to Cabinet, and the revised decision notice picked up several of the points we'd made, and there was quite significant changes between the original draft and what was actually decided. There was some criticism of the lack of detailed costing for what was very clearly a finger in the air figure for a possible reduction in the budget for local events. That's the point of the soft market testing, to get some hard figures to find out what might be possible before any decision is made. There was a talk about getting rid of the events team. There's nothing in this decision about getting rid of the events team. Indeed, the events team can put forward a proposal as part of the soft market testing if they want to. So that was rubbish. The trading account option didn't go to CEP. That was also untrue. It was pages 87 to 89 of the 182-page report that went to CEP. I think finally the fears around Basingstoke Live are understandable. People don't like change, they don't like uncertainty, but there was a lot of inconsistency in what's been said tonight, I think. Anvil Arts and Proteus are already outside organisations that provide arts services for the council. Cannot be wrong in principle to consider whether there's a suitable organisation that could do more for less than we've got at the moment. If, as the evidence suggests, the success of Basingstoke Live depends heavily, very heavily, on the wide range of contributions from volunteers, it's highly unlikely that an outside organisation could deliver something better with a lower subsidy from the taxpayer without finding a way of working with and those volunteers and keeping them on board. I mean, that's what the evidence is showing. But we'll only find out if we do some soft market testing to find out what people could offer working with the volunteers. If, as the evidence indicates again, Basingstoke Live is so highly valued, why is there so much concern about the possibility of trying to use that success to generate some additional income, whether through sponsorship or through ticketing? And I really don't understand the reluctance. We charge tickets for the Mayor's fireworks, which we are capable of running ticketed events as a council. So you know, I really think, again, while the fears are understandable, I think they're overplayed, and we need to go through this market testing, soft market testing, to find out whether, as a council responsible for taxpayers' money, we can actually improve on what we've got whilst without increasing what we're hopefully reducing the amount of taxpayers' subsidy that goes into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just remind members of the public that now there are a few of you, it's easier to hear mumblings and grumblings. If you could keep those to not just a minimum of 0, please. Councillor Tilbury.
Large part of the problem, and that one as well. The large part of the problem here, I think, is the decision notice wording, and in particular, it's if a suitable alternative viable market exists, it would then be commissioned through the process of competitive tender. That's for the events and for the Anvil Arts one there, and that's the problem with this. It would then be commissioned. Now, the way we've read that, and most people have read that, is that's what it says. If there is a market, then it will be commissioned to a competitive tender. We know there's a market. There's certainly one that it may be more difficult for the events one, but we know there is a very large market for outsourcing of theatres. We've looked at this in the past, and I'm not averse to that as a soft market test, and so I said at the cabinet. But the problem is this says if there is a market, we will do that. Forget what we're doing at the moment. We will just do that. The wording is causing a large part of the problem. The other problem is as I said, I asked you 3 times. I've asked about why you just ignore the Ipswich one on there, where council officers run their own theatre and have got the lowest subsidy, and it's £1.12 compared to £5.85 for the way we do it now, and the private ones that do it for about double that there. For whatever, that was just totally ignored. I don't know why, but it may be because it's run by a Labour council. I don't know. Which, you know, I suspect some people might find that counterintuitive, but yeah, that's another issue altogether. But the point is, you just ignore that. I suspect Paul won't, but that's the reality. You're ignoring the facts. You're saying you're making the decision based on the facts in it, but you just totally ignored the obvious options for no reason there. So this isn't based on facts or logic at all. And the other point is, I think with this, what's come out of this clearly is we've not had any updates on what's been going on at the Anvil. We're not allowed to see it. I know some members have asked to see the information that's come to the council. We're not being told what's been going on there for the last, since they took over the Basingstoke Theatre Trust. And at that time we were told that the Arts Council funding would carry on the same. It was cut within a couple of years, which has had a massive impact on them. We were told that it would improve the income, that would go up. That hasn't happened. They're flatlining at about £5 million, which is what the two combined were doing back in 2006. And we were also told it would improve attendances, which, according to the figures in here, have fallen by 33%. Now, that to me is a serious worry, because if we're going to just cut their funding again, all they're going to do is just cut the least performing shows to try and cut that, and all they're doing, we're just whittling them away at the bone. We need to be saying to them, why are they struggling? Why are they struggling when the Mayflower over over the last 4 years has seen its income go up from £10 million to £17 million. Now, they're a different sort of theatre, but the point is their income has gone up dramatically, as have most of the other theatres around here. So that clearly needs to be addressed, and I think that's a matter for scrutiny in itself. But the problem is with this, it's the wrong decision. You're not really helping anyone with this. And it isn't based on the facts. You've just totally ignored the evidence that you've given to us. And as I've said before, when you look at the actual reasons for the funding there, if you look at most of these other theatres, they're getting very large grants from the Arts Council. Some of them are getting £1.5 million from the Arts Council. We're not. The Anvil and the Haymarket combined get £145,000. Compare that to the Watermill. That's why the Watermill does so well on these figures there. They only get a subsidy from the local authority of £40,000 because they're getting £565,000 from the Arts Council. And yet they're a smaller theatre than the Haymarket. Of course it looks good on paper if you just look at the figures, those figures, you're just ignoring the other ones. That's the problem.
Thank you, Councillor Tilbury. Who's next on the list? Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, coming back to the call-in itself, I support absolutely everything that Councillor Golding has just said. I would just add to that everyone I've spoken to and everything that I've seen in these documents fully supports Basingstoke Live. I don't think there's any question on that. And given the situation with Basingstoke and Dean, it seems eminently reasonable that the market test should go ahead. It doesn't guarantee anything one way or t'other. And actually, it doesn't go to competitive tendering. The results of the soft market test will go to the CEP committee before anything else then happens. So my view is that this call-in is ill-judged, and I will not be supporting the call-in.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Laura Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that I feel that the portfolio holder has taken on board the concerns of this meeting. However, I would like to remind all members that no decision has been made to outsource events. What we should be saying is we should explore all options to see how events in Basingstoke can grow and develop, and this is why the decision and that notice, that's what it said, sorry, and this is what should be done. I do feel that the debate is going beyond the grounds for the call-in, and incidentally it doesn't even mention Basingstoke Live, and therefore I think that we should start to bring back to the topic in hand.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Regan.
I think for the main part I was going to say what's been said by Councillor Tilbury, but just a few little points I'd like to make. The business about if you Basingstoke Live, you ask 75% of people, they would say, they're willing to pay £5. They would, but if you put it, the truthful thing happens with a charge, would you be willing to pay £6 a year after, £10 a year after? Because once you introduce a charge, it always goes up. So a nominal charge becomes a bigger charge. And if it's outsourced, which I no doubt is the intention of this council, it will become a different beast. It won't be the free event which is built by the community. It'll be some subsidiary of Virgin or something like that. So I'm opposed to that. And also, I'd like to have questionnaire to ask the people of Basingstoke how much do you realise they're subsidising the Anvil. Now, I'm not against the Anvil. I think these things should be subsidised. But I'm just saying, do the people of Basingstoke realise how much their taxpayers' money is going into that? But in terms of the call-in's right, and I should be supporting the call-in, the recommendations. No doubt will be read soon.
Councillor Laura James.
Thank you. I just don't understand. I was one of the signatories in the call-in. I just don't understand what we're doing as a council. We have the most amazing events in this town. Incredible. I sat in on the overview committee and heard a paper before the commissioning paper that praised the Basingstoke Live and what it had achieved, and it was just absolutely singing its praises. It couldn't be more of a positive paper in what we were doing. We have some incredible events. On the video that you saw tonight, we had an events team that organised in the same week a torch procession for thousands and thousands of people, and then in the same week then went on to organise a Basingstoke Live. I mean, where else would you achieve something like that? We are just so lucky. We got three members of staff that are incredibly qualified, and we should be celebrating that. I mean, that paper did celebrate their successes. The chief executive celebrated their success. I just don't understand why we've got to this point. We have a festival, Basingstoke Live, and we have festivals that are doing exceptionally well. Why would we want to test it against the market? It's generating thousands of pounds. If you look at the work of De Mont University, the independent research, it talked about the audiences in this year of those people attending Basingstoke Live that spent £720,000 and some or between £1.9 million for this town. It generated income. People came from outside of Basingstoke. 23% of the audience from Basingstoke Live was from outside of Basingstoke. It was recorded as one of the biggest festivals in the country that is free. It's recognised as that. It's got real standing, and that is a grassroots festival. It's come from the people. It's been organised with the people, with the support of officers from this council, but it belongs to the people. 43% of those that attended Basingstoke Live were under 25 years of age. It's a young population, but at the same time we're seeing the county council in this borough, the county council have cut the budget for our youth strategy by 81%. We're seeing massive cuts to services for young people. This is something really positive. We had one of the members of the public come along to say there are people that never get outside of Basingstoke, but this is an event that's open to them. I remember Councillor Cathy Osterton was talking about that families came along for just a cost of a bus ride and had a picnic with no cost and enjoyed this event. Where else could they do that and experience something that maybe never be able to experience before? I can't hide from the fact that I'm totally opposed to what the commissioning agenda is in this council, and I have grave concerns about it. But this is really highlighted those concerns. I mean, there is no audit trail as to what happened. There's no evidence. It's not an evidence base. The report that came forward to the overview lacked that evidence. We didn't see an in-house report, the Events Festival Service a report. Why didn't we see that? There was no evidence to say that they'd looked at the as-is. They said that they dismissed it or discounted it, but where was the evidence that they discounted that? We need to see that. There's real anger. I mean, what the COG process has done is...
Councillor James, sorry. You're already 15 seconds over, so can you just in 10 seconds sum up, please? Please
rethink what you're doing. We have something very special here. Don't destroy it.
Councillor Tate.
Thank you, Chair. I was reading the report that's attached to the documents, which is from the Arts Council, Dr. Claire Maitland's report, which is about funding and the future of arts funding in England. And there is a recognition in that report that it's a difficult time, that things must change. But the interesting thing to me with that report is that it actually celebrates change and gives a load of case studies about how there are different models of running the arts in different areas with different methods, with trusts, with joint ventures, whatever. Plenty of ways of doing it. And what strikes me is that looking at a report like that and listening to a debate that we're having this evening, the two are in different track. the Arts Council saying there is new ways of doing it, and they give plenty of examples of how you can do that, and yet we're having a debate which says maybe we should stay exactly as we are. And we're sort of making comments that because the as is has been discounted, well, that's something dreadful, and it's almost saying there's a predetermined opinion. The reality is somewhat different, is that I see this as an opportunity to make some change, and testing is nothing wrong with it. Testing means we find a better answer. It doesn't mean we immediately do it. We bring it back and look at it and say, yeah, there's something worthwhile in here. Well, there's not something worthwhile in here. And this seems to be the whole crux of what we're talking about with this call-in tonight is it valid to go and do something which maybe looks a bit different to where we were before? And when you look at what people at the Arts Council are saying and what we're hearing, what the Cabinet discussion is, actually the two are in tune. It says go and look at something, find out a better way of doing it, and you will get a better output for your residents, and you will get better support from the arts. And it's proven within the case studies they've got. So frankly, I heartily commend what we're doing with the test marketing. It is something that unless you do something, nothing will happen. And nothing stays the same in this world. You stand still, you just fall apart. There is no way in the future you can just sit around and look at it and say, well, maybe tomorrow will be a better day. Maybe it won't. But you don't know until you wake up and do something about it. And that's why I wholeheartedly say this particular call-in does nothing to improve the opportunities for the arts in Basingstoke and Dean, and why wholeheartedly we should not just accept this call-in, and frankly we should go with the test marketing, bring it back to the committee, evaluate it, do something about it, and move on afterwards.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there other councillors wishing to? All right, Councillor Harvey and then Councillor Day.
Thank you, Chair. If you knew what you wanted to do, it wouldn't be so bad. If you actually had an idea of what you meant by change, it wouldn't be so bad. If you'd have actually have gone to the partners in the first place and said, guys, we'd like you to help us change things because we think these values are important and we think this is how we should be changing things. Can you help us change things? Can we look for savings? It wouldn't be so bad. But that is not how this process was set up. And I spoke to the original Cabinet member for commissioning, who had it in a completely different place, with a completely different philosophy to where it currently is. This thing has become a monster of your creations, this administration. You ain't got a clue what you're doing, really, to be perfectly honest. You have led this in so many different places, in so many different ways over recent years, and changing the goalposts. So my point is, if you knew what you were doing and gave the partners the confidence of that, then you would have engaged with them in a way where you wouldn't get the letter from the Basingstoke Cultural Forum in the way you have, where you wouldn't get the criticism from those who run and develop and have been part of Basingstoke Live over the last 8-10 years, where you wouldn't get the criticism of Mary Swan having to come to the Cabinet meeting and beg for more money because of the cock-up of the original report. If this had been done properly in a way that had engaged people, you wouldn't be in the position you are in. And that's the point. The commissioning framework has not been followed by any stretch of the imagination. The framework says that there will be real opportunities for staff to lead the identification of different ways in delivering services. Well, we know that our staff's option was thrown out by the Cabinet in September. They didn't bother with it. They discounted it. That's utterly against the process. We talk about impacts on our local economy as being key to the evaluation of any process. Well, you've got 720 to 1.9 million pounds worth of investment and money in the local economy you're playing with in the context of this decision. It doesn't add up. And you have a compact that this council has signed up to with voluntary organisations that was a way of working with them in partnership. That the disrespect that has been shown by the Cabinet member, the sheer arrogance of the comments this evening in some ways, Councillor, I really do feel that. Some of the way you've approached this, and particularly where you criticised the chair of the Basingstoke the Cultural Forum in the last meeting, when you were saying she didn't attend the meeting, therefore what does she know? I think are pretty serious, because that shows an attitude to the approach, and that's what's wrong. Where is the evidence? Where is the expertise that justifies this decision? It isn't there. And the expertise that has been shown has been discounted. You love surveys. The leader preaches surveys to us till the cows come home, particularly the last resident survey. Well, if 91% of the people are telling you that they are very satisfied or are satisfied with the festival, if 97% of people are telling you that something of Basingstoke Live is something that we should be proud of in Basingstoke, then that's a statistic that you should pay attention to just as much as the others that you like to trot out. And when it talks about having 103 events in the festival, it isn't just the live. We're talking about 103 events run by 43 organisations over 44 venues. The quality of what we do is superb. The threat you're posing is by having a half-hearted and half-baked process and half-baked decision that doesn't really justify what you're doing. There's no way of dressing it up. Tonight, all I've heard from the Cabinet member is, I've listened, and I don't agree with you. I'm going to make this decision the way I want to as a Cabinet, and that's ideological. It's utterly about the commercialisation of this. It isn't about the grants funding. It's not about the process in any way, shape or form. This is about the commercialisation, and that's where it's come from. It's come from the Cabinet. Nobody else has introduced the idea of commercialisation because it wasn't at the COG and it wasn't in the summary. And let's just be clear about the process. The COG came up with thoughts. The commissioning team wrote the summary that did not go back to the COG members 5 days before it went to CEP, before the Cabinet member then did the recommendations. Who signed off where and when in this process is an important part of the investigation, an important part of the scrutiny. So, Chair, finally, I would just like to say that they would talk about change, but you don't know what change means. I really don't have heard anything around this table that justifies that.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Day.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to the beginning at the COG, really, and remind ourselves, and Simon was there, and Simon and Mark actually chaired the first ones there. I went there with groups of all the people from artists and different groups from all around Basingstoke, and they were very nervous of that. And in the process, the officers took the members of the community from the arts groups, from different ethnic groups as well. And we went through, what do we need in Basingstoke? What have we got in Basingstoke? What is good in Basingstoke? And people sort of felt better after that first COG. And then the next one, it was about building. What are the gaps in our services? And people felt better again, because now they're saying, well, we need this in Tadley, we might need this in Whitchurch, we might need this in Overton, we might need some more of this in Basingstoke and more playing fields. And again, people felt good. And I felt basically what we were doing was leading people down a road to a successful partnership within the council. But at the end of it, what we've done is not done that. What we should have done is really, we've got to a situation where we've restrained everybody for a long period of time. In other words, with short-term contracts, in other words, like the festival. Here it is for a year, here's live for a year, never giving us that 3-year planning that most projects need 3 to 5 years. And now we are saying, and I'm pleased about this. Now we're saying, yeah, we're going to give you five-year contracts, and we're going to give you a longer time. But what we're not, and what these people have done in between, Andy and his local team, have made a success of the festival, of live, and Proteus, and all these other. And now we're saying, hey, you're not necessarily good enough to do this. Rather than let them now have the benefits of long-term contracts and having the success of the festival and saying, hey, get on, make it better, we're saying, well, let's push this out and we'll give some other people a chance. Why would you want to do that? That is change in itself, Councillor Tate. We talked about change. This is change. We're giving people longer terms to plan and to be able to get their act together, so to speak. But we're not being fair here. We're saying, hey, well done. And Chief Executive saying, well done, Andy, well done, your team. And then we're saying, oh, hold on a minute, we're going to put this out and we'll soft test it. And I just don't get that. And I think it's a real shame that we're treating stuff like this with uncertainty, because that's what we're doing. We're saying, we'll try it out there. I mean, someone's going to come in and say, if we do tender and it's all the arts, someone will come in and say, we'll do it for 2 million. And I'm going to come in and spend 2.2. But that will be staff, jobs, projects of the future. So I don't think this is a good thing, in all honesty. I think what would have been a good outcome for the COG is to say, hey, we're doing very well. Let's run with this for another 2 or 3 years in-house, and then let's see where we are after that. They've built the success already. Let them take the success forward and create more success. And I think they would have done it, because what they've done in the festival's 3 years old, the live's a lot longer. It's a tremendous event. And may I just remind the Conservative group, it was Councillor Stephen Reid who suggested the festival, and full marks to him. I fully supported that in council many years back, and I still do. And I think it's tremendous for Basingstoke. We're not Edinburgh, but hey ho, we're on the map. And festival, live, and all the other things that we do around us really have been very successful. And I commend all the people that are involved in that. But I think I'd like you to rethink again, Councillor Isaacs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other councillors wishing to speak? Nobody's indicated. Okay.
it's the phrase commissioning outcome group. The commissioning outcome group has spent months and months and gathered lots of evidence, and the outcome is to see if someone else can do it. I think I'm not against change. I thought the whole process of the commissioning outcome group was to present an outcome, and if the outcome was better than what we've got, we wouldn't be here tonight. We would have supported it all the way through the committees and the cabinet process. But the commissioning outcome group didn't have an outcome. It's had a let's go and look at see if someone else can come up with something, and that's very disappointing. I think very disappointing for those who spend a lot of time in those outcome groups, knowing that there was no outcome in the end, that they've had any impact on us all.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to ask the signatories if they wish to say anything else now, but you have 4 minutes between you. You have no? Yeah, you have 4 minutes between you. In order for us to get an outcome as well, you need to be telling us whether you think the debate tonight has addressed your concerns or otherwise, but I think you knew that.
Thank you very much, Chair. It would have been certainly very nice to have had some input from Councillor Oselton. I would have welcomed that. Members, it has been highlighted that one major concern is the underlying insinuation in the decision wording, which I spoke to. And we've had Councillor Golding refer us to this decision and saying we shouldn't be worried about this because it's going back to the Communities Enterprise and Partnership Committee. Please don't be fooled by that. It is going perhaps to go back to them in a report. No doubt that will be a report for noting and for comments, because as you well know, that committee is not a decision-making committee. So please don't be lured into any confidence of this particular recommendation or decision in this aspect. And I'll pass over to my colleagues.
Thank you. I'll just say quickly that I accept Councillor Golding's observations about not wanting to stop one or two of the other things. That wasn't the intention. It was perhaps clumsily worded in that way, but otherwise I still stick by where we were. And I'm just putting right, Mayor's Fireworks cost you pay an entrance and it's making massive losses. It did when I was mayor and it has this year, and I don't think that's a very good example to be choosing. I asked 3 questions. I wanted, and I got half an answer, and that seems to be that the cabinet jumped on the internal report, but it could have been the portfolio holder, I know not which. But I really would like to know where that report got stuck, because it's an insult to members of the CEP and other members not to have the opportunity to have that information and include it in their thinking. The events, there was no answer to the question about dance and other cultural events, who decided at what stage that they should be excluded. And also, picking up on that last point, I don't see any evidence, I still don't understand why Councillor Isaac is dealing with this rather than Councillor Oselton, who should be in charge of what do you call it, arts and culture. So on all those counts, and these are all my own words, and I can't understand why there's such foot dragging the information coming forward. And as far as I'm concerned, we've not had answers to the basic questions, which is who is steering this and why is it not being given to members in a way that they can digest and take part into their considerations beyond the cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you. There's not much further I can add to that. I think collectively we are disappointed that there were documents that were not provided to CEP, which would have given CEP a fuller picture. And we still haven't got to the bottom of where did that bottleneck occur? Who was holding them back? Who was withdrawing them from the committee's viewing material? We had lots of other things on the night, but we didn't have other bits of evidence which would have been incredibly important to have. It's now down to you, committee, to come to terms with the call-in. It's down to you. We know how we would like you to fall. We hope you come with us.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the Cabinet member to respond, and I believe Councillor Oselton will support him in that. Again, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Just commenting on some of the points that have been made latterly. Councillor Tilbury, We've not ignored the evidence. The evidence is that there's substantial funding that goes from this council to arts and culture. Anvil and Haymarket gets well in excess of £1 million worth of grant. It does a fantastic job, but it's right that we do the obvious thing, which is to market test it, soft market testing. We have a responsibility as councillors to check that we're getting best value for money, and they're the best people to run it. No, well, you seem to be anyway. But second point, Basingstoke Live. It's a fantastic event. But as it develops and as it grows, it will need additional funding, and that funding has to be found from somewhere. And I'm not sure that this council is best placed to provide that additional funding. I think we have to get real on that. Councillor James, Laura James, she said, why would we want to test it? And I think that sums up perfectly the difference politically between her and me. I think Basingstoke Live will change. It's happening. Let's embrace it. That's what Conservatives do. And while keeping the best. Well, you may laugh, Councillor Beerman. This point about burying the options with the internal team. What we've done generally through the exploration, investigation of what we do generally in terms of grant funding for key players is to say as is not acceptable across the board. So we're not picking on the internal team as far as that's concerned. I think Councillor Harvey said that the whole commissioning process was wrong. But what we've done actually is to go to the Arts and Community Council and Arts and Culture community to get their ideas. That was the whole point about it. Staff participated in that. It was the COG that came up with the idea that we should be looking to bring in outside partners as far as external events are concerned. But as I've said, the internal team here obviously does a fantastic job. We're not ruling them out. Finally, the report, it's being alleged that report details about the internal team didn't go to CEP. We've heard from the chairman of CEP that it did go. I can't help it if there are people who still think that information wasn't there. It was there.
Is that a point of order, Councillor?
Can I just be very clear then? Are you saying that report was at CEP? Because I had the papers and I didn't see it, and maybe I wasn't given them. Are we clear then that this report that I'm referring to tonight was at CEP?
A summary of that report, the details of that report were in where it went to, and it was open to the CEP if they wished to ask for further information and clarification.
Chair,
yes.
Chair, can I be very clear? What was the summary? Because I didn't see that summary. What was the summary of this document? And what did it actually say?
Right. Can we just not talk over each other? You asked a question. Could you just repeat it so that Councillor Isaac can respond?
Councillor Isaac said that the report went to the overview committee. I just would like to have a clarification. Did the report go to the overview committee?
I actually said that the report details went to the CEP. I did. Yes, you can do. And we've had confirmation from the chairman of the CEP of how much information was provided.
I think we have to allow the cabinet member to sum up unless there's a blatant travesty happening here. Let him sum up and then we move to a vote, I suppose.
Thank you. Yes. My portfolio, as you know, is the arts and culture. It doesn't encompass the commissioning. But I invited myself not so long ago to a meeting of the Area Director, South West Arts Council in England. and this is what he had to say to me. We were congratulated on its commitment to arts and culture, and it acknowledged that the council is in the minority of the lower tier local authorities, which we've mentioned tonight, that still has a significant financial commitment to the sector. It also said that the Arts Council recognises that the commissioning approach taken by the council is thoroughly realistic, given the current position of local government finance, and when it was endorsed by Arts Council as proportionate, measured and thoroughly realistic. It went on also to say that the Arts Council, while we were actually going through the COG, would not be looking at reducing or doing anything with the future funding. It also saw that soft market testing, this is what I was told, the Arts Council saw the soft market testing exercise as a legitimate opportunity and offered to support to the council in its approach to soft market testing. I'm not averse to soft market testing. I've been through this before. And it's something that it would be useful to me when I come to find out what the actual outcome is as the Cabinet Member for Arts. And as you know, I am a big fan of Basingstoke Live, especially the heavy metal. Arts Council is to offer support to jointly funded organisations as required to assist them, so the Arts Council are willing to come in and to work with us and help us. Further opportunity for discussion on other Arts Council funding opportunities for local organisations to be pursued as appropriate. It was understood that the recent decision made on COG1 would not be detrimental to any existing or future funding from the Arts Council. So we have the backing of the Arts Council. And I was quite pleased that I did go, and I didn't gate crash the meeting, I asked to go. But I got reassurances from them that if we did go into this soft market testing, we would come out with something positive at the end for Basingstoke. And this is what I'll be looking for when we go forward. And I see Paul looking there. And it is very important that we get this right. It is extremely important that we get this right. But I am happy with what the Arts Council has said to me, that we will be backing and we will be going forward with the COG. I sat on the COG for about 5 or 6. I went to them, as I am with the transport one at the moment. I was very happy with what went on. They were open, they were transparent, you were given the opportunity if you were not happy to come. And I know that for a fact because I had to go in and talk to quite a few of the people with the arts that came to me that weren't happy with what went on. I think we've resolved quite a bit of them. Nobody's ever going to be happy. I am a change manager. That was my job. And I know what it's like. It's not very pleasant, but sometimes by going through this process, you grow. And it does a lot of people a lot of good. So I just would ask that we do go forward with this. We've got a lot at stake, and I think it will do the borough an enormous amount to push it forward, and Basingstoke Live, Basingstoke Festival will grow and will become one of the trailblazers.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, in full trailblazing mode. Sorry, Councillor Harvey.
If it's right, Chair, I'd like to move a recommendation of the committee. And in proposing it, I think there's 2 sections really. I think there's a couple of things that we need to note as a committee, and then there's some recommendations that I think would be relevant, in my opinion, to the debate we've had this evening. The 2 things I think we should note are that we have had concerns raised by partners, officers and members to the specific proposals within the recommendations for COG1. Those have been presented this evening. The second thing I think we should note is that the Scrutiny Committee are, separately from this call-in, preparing to undertake a review of the Council's commissioning process, procedures and programme. So those are 2 factual elements that I think we should just note. Accept the concerns that people have raised legitimately this evening, but also note something else that is a part of the work programme of this committee. The 3 recommendations I'd like to make that relate to that 2 note elements are, firstly, and you won't be surprised at this, that the Cabinet do not proceed with this decision. Secondly, that unless an issue is identified by a partner, that the 14-15 funding arrangements are in effect carried forward to 15-16 in order to maintain the position of those organisations. And that the following a separate piece of work identified by this committee that we're doing, that the arts and culture provision within the borough is reassessed against the original objective. And I quote, "What could the council be doing itself and with its partners to deliver a range of arts and cultural activities that are attractive and value for money for the borough?" Because I do not believe the evidence has been presented this evening to justify that that objective has been completed.
Thank you. So that's, sorry, that's proposed and seconded. So does anybody else want to speak on it? Councillor Golding?
Just very briefly, I mean, as I've already said, I should vote against, but I do think the second part of Councillor Harvey's recommendation is particularly inept, where he says that the 14-15 funding arrangements should be carried forward to 15-16. That's grossly unfair on borough taxpayers who stand to save 5% on the very generous funding for the Anvil Arts, which Anvil Arts have agreed. I think we should present, and it's very unfair on Proteus, who stand to get 35,000 in short-term funding. I forget the exact phrase. So, I mean, I think that's a particularly bad bit of the recommendation, but I object to all three bits of it.
For clarification, it's the existing funding that I'm looking at, so it's the 60 grand in terms of what they got. And let's be absolutely specific. We have a commissioning unit that costs the taxpayers of Basingstoke and Dean £500,000 in revenue a year. Don't start quoting things back at us in that respect, because that's a part of your policy.
Very briefly, as I said, it's not the existing funding is what I'm objecting to. I want to see the Anvil Arts funding go down, and I want to see Proteus funding go up.
So is that an amendment to the proposal?
No, it's just an explanation of why I'm going to vote against it.
Councillor Laura James.
The recommendation talks about unless an issue is identified by a partner, what Proteus have the opportunity to do is there's a grants process which is separate to this. This is not part of this. They can identify, they can approach and go for additional funding, but this is saying that we will put on hold for 1 year while we look at this. And yeah, you may make some savings somewhere, but it will ensure that we do a piece of work and there'll be confidence in this. You haven't got confidence from the arts organisations. You have real concerns from staff across the council about this whole process of commissioning. We need to have confidence. The public in Basingstoke and Dean also have to have confidence in it. It needs to be seen to be a process that we all want to buy into. And I think that we should put on hold while we do this piece of work. Otherwise, I think that you're just going to do such damage and it will have such impact on people in this town.
Anyone else? Gavin, Councillor Gavin.
I'm going to be supporting what's been moved. Obviously, I appreciate that Councillor Golding is desperate to take money off the Anvil, and I understand that it has a generous slice of the budget. Clearly, if they've already agreed to that reduction, then there's nothing to stop them passporting the money back to us in that event if they wanted to be honest about it. So I don't think we need to panic too much. And of course, if the Cabinet was to have that windfall of a payment back from the Anvil, what they do with it will be delegated to a Cabinet member to make a decision on what to do with it. And I'm sure Proteus will happily receive the small slice of what comes back. So I will be supporting it because there's actually nothing to stop the 5% reduction happening. If the Anvil have agreed it, I'm sure they'll send the money back.
Okay, where am I now? Do we voting on this motion, right? So we're voting on your motion. I do beg your pardon. Sorry, Councillor Tate, please.
Just briefly, I mean, you won't be surprised that I would not support any of the recommendations that have been put forward. I do think it's important that for the council and for our electorate that we make decisions and move things forward. And looking at what we're looking to test something, and then we will make a decision. My electorate do not expect me to come here and sit around and look for further and further reasons not to do something.
Okay, just so we're not caught up by this later, are there any other recommendations that anybody wants to make? If not, we'll go to the vote. Sorry? Yes, it was, but if there are any more, I want the debate first, not to have to keep going backwards and forwards. So I'll repeat the question. I'll come to you in a minute, Councillor Tilbury. Are there any more motions? No, sorry, Mr. Vidgley. You certainly can't put a motion.
I was just going to recommend, Chair, that we actually carry out a proper benchmarking exercise. That I think that would be very useful, which looks at the actual, the overall funding aspects, things like the Art Council. So we've got a clear view of what's going on with the Anvil and the Haymarket for future reference, and probably, you know, look at some of the other things as well. But I mean, I think that's long overdue. We used to do it, and we had a clear idea, which would help them, because, you know, at the end of the day, we should be trying to help them, not just saying to them, cut your funding every year, because that's not helping. That's just reducing their attendances. You're just making the cake smaller all the time. You know, they need some real help.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure whether we fit that into this motion or not. Is that your intention?
I think it's a separate one, effectively.
It's a separate one. Okay. So, do we want some discussion on what Councillor Tilbury's just said as a motion? Is there any? No. Okay. Does everybody agree with Councillor Tilbury then?
Chair, just could you just repeat the wording of it, please? Because the point I'm not clear about, if it wasn't, is whether you're suggesting we don't do other things while we're doing what you've just proposed, or whether we do what you've just proposed as well as the other things that Cabinet have already decided to do.
I suggest we recommend that they do that anyway. I think that's a useful exercise. I mean, some of the work's been done, but I think it needs a lot more detail. You know, I mean, the point I made is that we look very simply, you know, how much does this local authority spend? Oh, that's how much. That's how much they're subsidising it. But you know, we don't know what other grants they're getting. The Anvil gets a grant from the Hampshire County Council. Lots of other ones do, but some of them get massive grants from the Arts Council, which swamp everything.
To ask either the Cabinet member or the officer to ask whether that would be an unreasonable thing to do, unnecessary work, but as long as it doesn't hold everything else up, I don't particularly object to it, unless it's going to cause unnecessary problems for officers.
I think the officers probably need to answer that, don't they?
No, I can start off if you like. It was a question about benchmarking, was it? Yeah. Well, the whole point about going to soft market testing is that we can test the real market rather than doing benchmarking, because you know with benchmarking there are always going to be different interpretations to it. If we delay this process, as is being proposed, it's going to have major consequences, and it's going to create difficulties for our arts and culture partners, because they won't know where they're going. They won't have security of funding. This could then start impacting upon funding they get from, I don't know, Hampshire County Council or the Arts Council. I don't think they'd welcome this at all. We have a clear plan here for the future, and I would ask the committee, and I don't think that certain members are going to respond to this, but I'd ask the committee to support what we're doing.
Yes, Councillor James.
I understand that the decision notice said we are going to go for a soft marketing exercise testing, which we don't know exactly what it looks like. It may be a blank piece of paper, it may not be. We're not sure what's going to come back, if anything. I'm not sure how that's a clear direction, but perhaps you could explain.
In due course, we'll report our findings to the CEP committee.
Oh, now I am confused. Are we all? I mean, yeah. We've got Councillor Harvey's motion on the table. Could you just give it to us again, or do you want me to read it?
There are two notes. The concerns raised by partners, officers and members to specific proposals within the recommendations for the COG. Secondly, that the Scrutiny Committee are, separately from this call-in, preparing to undertake a review of the Council's commissioning programme process and procedures. The recommendations are that the Cabinet do not proceed with this decision, and that unless an issue is identified by a partner, that the 14-15 funding arrangements are carried forward for 15-16 in order to maintain position. That the following, the separate piece of work identified by the Scrutiny Committee, the review that it's doing, that the arts and culture provision within the borough is then reassessed against the original objective, which was what could the council be doing itself and with its partners to deliver the range of arts and cultural activities that are attractive and value for money for the borough. Go back to the original principle. And if I may say, in terms of Councillor Tilbury's motion, the recommendation that he wants to put, it is quite acceptable for this council where it gives a grant in the audit trail and the audit process, as we have done, as you said before, in years before, for audit committees, not an executive function, this was an audit function, for the audit function to justify that in the way that he describes by benchmarking, that's perfectly acceptable. And it's a legitimate piece of scrutiny because we fund. The difference is the soft market testing is to an organisation we do not run or are not in control of. It is a fundamentally different thing.
Okay, thank you. Can I also be clear that we all understand that this will get referred back to the cabinet member? Sorry, you know that. Okay. Sorry? We don't know that, Councillor Harvey. But, does everybody know what this motion is? Because I'm sort of concerned that it hasn't been read out. So I'm going to read it out. I've had enough of this. Right. Sorry? Did you read out all the recommendations? Oh, I must be going mad. Then why wouldn't I? Okay. All those in favour of Councillor Harvey's motion? I just need to. Oh, I don't need to vote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. All those against? The motion is carried.
Their concerns will be represented as well in the minutes.
I'm quite rightly asked to remind you that it will go forward or back, depending on how you look at it, to the cabinet, and it will go with all the concerns on both sides, not just those that have opposed it. I think we're all clear on that. Do I assume there's no other business?
Oh, yeah. My recommendation as well. No one else wants to speak on that.
Oh.
No, I think it's a recommendation.
I understand. Can you've already spoken to it, seconded. Do we want discussion?
Need some clear wording.
All right, can I have some clear wording, please, for
on Amber Arts, really. Yeah, well, it's the same.
Amber Arts, yeah.
They run both.
Did you all hear that? It's to carry out benchmarking on the Amber Arts, which includes the Haymarket. And Mel's got it written down. Are we all in agreement on that? No? Councillor Tate?
Just a quick one. When this goes back to Cabinet, does it include the full voters to both sides that are sent back to Cabinet?
Stefan's going to tell you because I'm blowed if I know.
No, I don't. There's a man.
It will go back in a cabinet report, which will outline the committee's recommendations as voted on tonight. However, the minutes of this meeting will accurately reflect both what's been said from individual councillors. So in that sense, views will be represented equally, but the views of the committee, i.e. the recommendations that have been made or nature of concerns as they're now called, they will go ahead as recommendations of the committee. If that clears that up. Yeah.
I think it's important in relation to what Ian is asking for, and that I seconded in the motion, that goes to audit. That we're recommending that audit to look at that. It's not for the cabinet to look at that. That's a piece of work that audit will undertake.
I'm advised, Councillor James, that the cabinet will decide where it goes. I understand entirely what you're saying, and would hope that the cabinet would follow the direction. Well, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Harvey, I'm advised.
Constitutionally, this committee can choose to send it in a reference to another committee. It isn't an executive function to conduct audit. Audit is a separate function. And in relation to benchmarking, as Councillor Tilbury says, it should refer to audit. It's not an executive function.
The difficulty I've got, Councillor Harvey, is this is a call-in proceedings that we're looking at this evening, and we are looking at the call-in this evening, and that recommendation comes out of the call-in about the benchmarking specifically related to this call-in. Your powers in terms of call-in are take no further action or refer it back to the decision maker for reconsideration.
Then we need to capture a comment that it's quite serious if we need to pick this up somewhere else, because audit cannot, look at the national legislation and all this, audit cannot have anything be influenced by executive. They must be kept as separate functions. It is important in that context.
You're perfectly able to raise that with the audit committee or ask your colleagues to, I think, Councillor Harvey, don't you? I really do hope that's the end of this meeting. I can't say that I've enjoyed myself up here, but if I'm ever asked to do it again, I'll do it much better.